Okay, well, good morning everyone. This is about the earliest I have ever seen a British Chess Championship commentary start, 10 AM, and it's the last round, and what a last round we have in prospect. Nothing is certain, everything is up for grabs, and we think we're going to have 4 exciting games for you today. So welcome if you're watching online, and the elite audience here in Aberystwyth thronging the hall. Okay, well, we're going to start with our usual silly competitions. The first one is the English Chess Federation Forum competition, which is exclusively for online viewers, although people in the hall might like to dash out and enter if they really feel like doing so. I'm assured that there is an ECF Forum moderator somewhere in the world watching this broadcast, and that they will be collecting all the answers. So try your hand at this trivia question. Okay, Ravi, maybe you know the answer to this one. Who said, and this is a very interesting chess phrase, who said, openings teach you openings, but endgames teach you chess? Which chess personality is famous for saying that phrase? Openings teach you openings, endgames teach you chess. I'm going to give you 4 names, and you've got to pick one name from those 4. Was it Al Horowitz? Was it Stephen Gazadovitz? Was it Jakub Norowitz, or was it John Fedorowicz? Right, best of luck trying to answer that question. Okay, there you go, that's it. Who said openings teach you openings, but endgames teach you chess? Al Horowitz, Stephen Gazadovitz, I even forgot the names, Jakub Norowitz and John Fedorowicz. There we are, get your tongue around that at 10 o'clock in the morning. Right, okay, and we come back to our usual competition here. By the way, if you want to enter that competition, you go straight to the English Chess Federation Forum, stick your name down, put the answer there, and somebody will be in contact if you've won the prize, right? It was working well yesterday. Right, now we come to our usual silly competition, and it's time to guess the number of moves that have been played in total after 33 minutes play on the top 4 boards. Yep, okay, that's it. Right. Book prize for the winner. I'll give you a clue to shorten this competition. It's in between 25 and 40. Okay. 33. 33? No. You were next. 34. No. 31. No. 28. No. 29. How many? 29. No, I'm sorry. I'm allowing more than one go to get this done and dusted. Yes, please. 38. No. No. Incredible. No, it's incredible, isn't it? 28. No, unbelievable. 27. No. 27. No. 25. No. What? This is unbelievable. No. Ravi, what is wrong with these people? Can't they get the right answer? A random number?
Is it between 20 and 40?
25 and 40.
It's between 25
yeah,
and
I think 40. They said 14 out of 50 numbers so far. Right, okay. Anybody else want to go try and win one of these valuable prizes? Huh? 30. No. 38. No. Can't believe this. 51. No. 2 more guesses and then the book is, that's it. 39. No. Last guess. No. It's 35. So we close that competition. It's going to be tough to give away these books today, I can see that. And let's get on with the round 11, board 1 game between Richard Pert and Jonathan Hawkins, which Pert really needs to win, doesn't he? By the way, I didn't say good morning to International Master Ravikumar sitting next to me. Good morning, Ravi. You awake this morning?
Yeah, good morning. And, you know, I mean, like, I was at the tournament hall at the start of this round, you know. There's one universal known fact. Chess players can't do a morning round, you know. Been top grandmasters losing in 15, 17 moves, it has happened. You know, it's just that, you know.
They're lazy bums, aren't they?
Yeah. And this morning when I went in, the top 3 boards, apart from, you know, Pert had come and then Jonathan Hawkins was sitting down. Board 2, there was only Hebden was just walking around. No sign of Howell. And
hey, that's
on
that's
this
normal.
side, you know, Keith Arkle was, you know, sitting down and focusing hard, but there's nothing to focus on. Because, you know, and you know, I mean, like, both board number 2 and 3 came a few minutes late. Okay, that, you know, I agree, you got delayed or something. Then he comes on the board, Howell, And then he takes a long look at for the very first move.
Yeah.
It's not. I think whatever preparation is there, and an interesting thing is I don't think Havel has had breakfast. He brought his breakfast with him on the table.
Well, that's going to be delightful for Mark Hedden, isn't it? It's easy chewing on that muesli. Making quite sure not to rinse his mouth out, of course. Nice cheesy grin. I've seen people do that. I knew a guy who used to take his false teeth out of the board, put them in a glass. An ex-British champion, no less. An ex-British champion.
Right.
He did that during a British Championship. It's quite revolting in the 1950s. Yeah, famous story. Had breakfast, took his false teeth out, put them in a glass. That was it. Won all his games. They're easy, The opponent's attention was inexorably drawn to the glass. Anyway, enough of that horror story. Let's get on with the moves. See if we can create another one of our own in this commentary session.
Well,
so Pert open with?
It's a horror story in board one, of course. He goes into this gambit mode, Pert plays d4,
d4,
d5, c4.
So here, Hawkins, a double black to finish. That must be pretty tough.
Yeah. And then
so d5, sticking with solid play.
And then once he plays d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, c6, inviting that gambit, you see?
Right, well, okay, so triangle variation. Black is inviting lots of sharp stuff here.
Yeah.
Of course, white can go knight f3 and black can take on c4. Or e4, that is the principal test of this line.
Yeah, and I think Hawkins is in good form, and he having black has to try to win this, isn't it? I mean, if he wins this game,
well, he wouldn't be unhappy with the draw, would he, Hawkins? Because there's no playoff, so that he's British champion, draw British champion.
Yeah, draw will be champion, but I think quite possibly, Hebden can hold Howell to a draw as well.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see about that.
So c6 played, and white took a long time, maybe about 4 minutes, when this was played on the board. And then he took the challenge with e4.
Which probably means it's been prepared.
Yeah, I think Hawkins must be way ahead in theory in this slide.
Well, we'll wait and see. We'll reserve our options because Richard Pert
so
demonstrated yesterday that he knew a lot of theory, didn't he, in that dragon?
Yeah.
He out-theorised Yang Fanzhou.
Yeah, and...
So, Black, actually, this was seen in a match between Anand and Carlsen, wasn't it? Anand played this against Carlsen, didn't he?
Yeah.
Carlsen played e4. So, Black takes on e4.
And the interesting thing is the time on the clock gives me an idea that Hawkins haven't spent only 2 minutes for nearly 12 moves. He must have really had a good look at this one. And in fact, Pert has spent about 25 minutes on the clock to get to where he is. So e4, d, d4, knight in d4.
Bishop b4 check.
Bishop b4 check. Is there a safer option? What's wrong with knight c3?
Well, that's what Carlsen played against Anand, didn't he?
Yeah.
I believe so. Nothing wrong with it, but it just allows Black to play c5, doesn't it? And free up his game.
Did he win that game against Anand?
I can't remember. I think he probably did win that one, yeah.
He did win that one.
But the position wasn't that great from the opening. It was nothing special.
Yeah.
I mean, knight c3, knight c3 is kind of like a bit of a passive option at this stage when you can play bishop d2. And I'm sure that's what Pert did. Am I correct?
Yeah, he did. He did play bishop d2.
In comes the black queen, swooping on that pawn.
Yeah, queen and d4, bishop to b4.
Yeah, queen takes e4 check.
Bishop e2.
Right, so obviously white's got a choice between knight e2 and bishop e2.
And then
bishop e2 is more common.
Yeah. Bishop e2, knight a6.
And now black has to make a big choice, doesn't he?
Yeah.
There are significant dangers here, and one of these is just the threat of queen d6. If you think about it, that's a pretty unpleasant move to have to face.
Yeah.
So for the pawn, white's got 2 bishops, wide open play, some chances to harass the queen, yet black's position has proved surprisingly resilient. So black plays knight to a6, which I know is one of the mainline moves.
Yeah, bishop to a5.
Right, so let's take a quick check on the old database here. And we see that white has played lots of different things. bishop a5 or bishop d6 or bishop c3 or even bishop f8. The bishop overshoots down to f8.
So bishop f8, what? You can't play king f8 because of queen d8.
You are very welcome to play king takes f8.
Yeah.
Very welcome. Be my guest. Last round of the British Championship, Hawkins plays king takes f8. I don't see that coming somehow. Right, let's just check the stats then, because we'll see whether Pert is really up to speed with these stats. Normally, when you're looking at an opening, you know, the morning of the game or something, or you're preparing something, you really do take notice of the stats. And, well, the moves that are scoring best are bishop to d6 or bishop to a5. And all of these moves have been seen recently. So this is just a question of choice. Pert plays bishop a5. Of course, that's now threatening queen to d8 checkmate.
Yeah, and b6 played.
So b6, black is forced into another pawn move.
Yeah, and then queen d6.
In comes the queen.
And the thing is, if you take the bishop on a5, has he got something? You take the.
Or isn't it rook d1? What do you do about rook d1?
So rook d1, and then, you know, there's.
Start the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
So queen d6, bishop d7.
Bishop d7, okay.
And then bishop to c3 back.
Right, so the bishop moves back to a very nasty diagonal there.
Yeah. f6 played.
Hang on a minute, hang on. So black's making a lot of pawn moves here, very committal stuff.
Yeah, it's all theory.
Let me see, we'll do check that assessment. Look at that, lots of games, 64 games. 64 games found. Reference database, what have we got here? And white is scoring 60% with knight to f3.
Yeah, knight f3 played in the game.
Okay.
Knight to h6.
Knight h6.
Yeah.
That is the comparatively best scoring move that's been played frequently. And you see from h6, the knight can come to f5 or perhaps f7 to expel the white queen. Right, hang on. So rook d1 is again scoring the best out of the two moves. Castles, I must admit, castles looks tempting, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's rook d8 is the main move now. If I can give you some theoretical moves in rook d8.
Well, I've got 3 games.
And then queen a3 back hitting at that knight, and then bishop c8. And then rook takes d8, king takes d8, queen d6 check back, bishop d7. This is all like, you know, into unknown, infinity and beyond.
Well, okay. Has Hawkins moved yet?
No, I think he has to play only moves rook d8.
Well, he can castle.
Well,
let's not forget, black can castle straight into a monster black attack. This actually happened in the game Giria versus Sukareva in 2012, and black didn't last long.
Castle, you mean queen d7 and then you have rook?
I mean castles on the queen side, mate. Black castles on the queen side. Where are we going? Rook d1, castle on the queen side, yeah. And after queen a3, black is supposed to be able to get away with king b7.
Queen a3, king b7, queen e7. Back.
Is that any good? Oh, yeah.
But long castle looks like the move of the position because it's, you know, now black is just one move away from.
It likes white actually after queen e7 because you've got to protect your bishop and then we can take on g7. And the point is that that brings the bishop on c3 very much into the game, doesn't it?
No, I don't think, you know, I don't think that's why it is rook d8.
Has he played rook d8?
No, long castle is not in the book. But so
the computer doesn't like rook d8 either.
No, but rook d8, what is the move computer is giving? Queen a3.
Queen a3, correct. So rook d8.
Still theory. Bishop c8.
Queen a3, bishop c8, yes.
Yeah.
And now, according to the computer, knight d2 gives white a significant plus.
Knight d2 is queen f4.
Knight d2, has this been played?
Castle c5.
It has been played. Queen f4. And now castles. c5.
c5.
It's plus 0.91 after C5.
Queen A4 check, King E7.
All as played in these two games.
I think, you know.
And now it really doesn't like black's position very much. Bishop H5, amazingly.
Yeah. Bishop F3 is given in my book. But the point I'm making here is that, you know, black is still fighting for equality. And, you know, I have a feeling that he should have played a much safer game, isn't it? Should have played something like normal stuff, isn't it? Like he played yesterday, didn't take any risk. You know, I mean, draw your joint British champion. What's wrong with it?
Well, it's well known that when you want to draw, you should play aggressively.
Yeah, but not this kind of a gambit line allowing white.
Well, don't forget, black's a pawn up here. I mean, we're still in theory. It's not all
he's played rook D8 now.
He's played rook D8. Okay, so basically Hawkins is also on top of the theory. So we're expecting Queen A3, Bishop C8, Knight D2, Queen F4, all as in two games, and now castles or G3. Still those two games from 2013. Two high-rated games, both won by white.
The time on the clock is 1 hour 31 minutes for Hawkins and 1 hour 14 minutes. And I think the onus is on white to prove that he's got some pressure, isn't it? If he allows black to, you know, get out of this slight pressure that he's under now. And
you'd only classify the pressure as slight.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you're pawned down and you've got to find all this only moves. I don't know, when he woke up this morning, did he expect Hawkins to play this campaign? I don't think so.
Jolly good question. I'm not sure.
No, I mean, like, you know, I mean, Hawkins' normal variation is D5. Okay, you would have looked at D5. Then Hawkins had played the King's Indian. You probably would have looked at King's Indian. And then you might play the gambit. You might have prepared the gambit before. But I don't think this morning, you know, Richard Pott would have said, oh, this is what Hawkins is going to do. So that's where Hawkins has shown a lot of variation. You know, he can play different stuff. You know, he has this vast knowledge. You know, he does a lot of research, and you know, he's probably far ahead. And I think he must have looked at this morning, because from base black's perspective, he can say, okay, he can play d4 and I can play this stuff.
What do the times on the clock tell us?
The times on the clock tell us that Hawkins has 1 hour 31 minutes, which means he spent about 9 minutes. And now Richard Pert has 1 hour and 12 minutes, and he's thinking now.
Well, I mean, if you think about it from White's point of view, what are his priorities here? He's got to continue messing black around before black gets developed. I mean, black's only one move away here, like knight f7 or knight f5 from
no, I think that's,
from a kind of consolidation.
No, I think that king should go to f7 eventually. I mean, if he can't castle now either, you know.
Well, queen a3 does stand out a mile, doesn't it?
Yeah, queen a3, bishop c8.
Bishop c8, yeah, but that doesn't look too healthy. Rook takes rook check, king takes rook, and now whatever the computer says, I think I like castling. Oh no, I can't do that. The bishop's on free. Ooh. So have I got to play queen d6 again? Is that right?
So queen a3, bishop c8, rook d8, king d8, queen d6, bishop d7.
Yep.
And then I think that knight f5 will rejoin at the right time. And then if you go back queen a3, bishop c8, you don't have queen d6. The problem with white is that I think he's now kind of stuck in a position where he needs to make this work, isn't it? And, you know, I mean, if you've seen Hawkins' chess in this whole tournament, it's been quite, you know, on the dot. You know, he plays moves. You know, I mean, the one I think position that he was saying that was against Yang Zhu, that, you know, we all thought that he was going to ride to another victory. Actually, that was one position that he was slightly concerned, because, you know, the knights were jumping around. That's what he said. But I think in this tournament, he's just played on the dot, very good chess, and he's chosen a system which is now making Richard Perth think. You know, I mean, anybody could have played all these opening moves, you know, and then from now on, you actually either remember a lot of theory, or you are on your own now, which probably is the case. Then you're going to find all these moves, and unless you get something out of this pressure that you have, you know, slight pressure.
Right, well, we'll come back to this. Rook d8, Pert's thinking is that Queen a3 is the main line, and the computer thinks it's better for white.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on to Howe versus Hebden. There wouldn't have been many moves played yet. Have they got up to 5 moves yet? Just reached 5 moves after 51 minutes play. And what incredibly complicated moves they are. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop C4, never seen that one before. Bishop E7, the Hungarian defense, very old-fashioned.
D4, D6.
D4, D6.
DE5, DE5.
DE5. Oh my goodness me, that's not the move of a man who wants to win the British Championship, is it?
And now Knight BD2.
That is boring stuff. Pawn takes pawn, the queen's come off.
No, Knight BD2. He's kept the queen on the board.
Kept the queen on, played Knight BD2. Well, I mean, you'd think that any capture on E5 eases Black's game a little bit, doesn't it? Because it makes it easier for him to get his pieces out. You know, I don't feel threatened as Black in this position. And what if I just bring my pieces out like any good chess player should? Knight F6.
Yeah, I think what White is hoping is that you know, he might castle, put the queen on E2, and then Rook D1.
I'll tell you what Howell is hoping for. He's settling in for a long grind, I think. I think he's going to try and tire Hebden out. You know, that seems to me to be the only motivation for taking on E5, because really, you know, when you've got other moves available, why would you ever take on E5? And it must have been a surprise that Hebden plays the Hungarian defence in the first place. Very old-fashioned stuff. So he took on E5 for reasons best known to himself, settling in for a nice long day at the office, hopefully watching Hebden, you know, squirming in his chair over a long period. That's come up with. Knight BD2 doesn't look especially dangerous to Black because the Black pieces can just come out. So what did Hebden play?
No more moves.
No more moves. Time's on the clock.
Is it going to become a bit like a round opens with the knight coming, knight F1, knight G3 or something like
Yeah,
that?
but if you can make it like a Rai Lopez, but then why do you open the D file? I mean, one open file is like promoting exchanges. You know, you could see the Hoover coming out, all the pieces coming off on the D file, couldn't you? In Lopez, you don't normally take on E5, do you? You keep the tension. So let's see if this has been played. Has this been played near recent? Very, very rare. But the results are good for White. Look at that.
So time's on the clock. Hebden has 1 hour 36 minutes, and Howell has 54 minutes left on the clock.
So that means he spent a lot of time over these moves. Is that right? How much time has he spent on these moves then?
Was it roughly
46 minutes?
46 minutes.
46 minutes over these moves.
But you got to count out the first 6 minutes he was late, and the 3 minutes he just put his breakfast down.
Right.
You know, he got to take all those off. So he's only spent out of 46 minutes.
Has he taken his false teeth out yet?
Yeah. I mean, I've never seen a chess player come to a game with a sandwich in his hand and a drink in his hand.
Well, he knows that will irritate Mark Hebden. Huh? Yeah, that will irritate Hebden. No, that's the reason he's doing it. That's the deliberate attempt to try and wind Hebden up, isn't it?
Yeah.
He absolutely hates that. Right, so let's see if it pays dividends.
So what is the FIDE rules on eating while you're playing?
Anybody here who knows the FIDE rules? Eating during a
The only
game.
thing it would come under is the distraction rule.
Yeah, it could come under the distraction rule, but it just needles you a bit if your opponent start eating, doesn't it? I don't know about you, it would needle me a bit. I find that really obtuse.
There's a gentleman at the back.
It's generally permissible, but what I think Mark should do is I think he should bring out a cigarette.
Or the cream bun gambit. Go and get a massive cream bun for the cafe.
After there was an agreement, they would smoke the board.
Yeah.
And then, of course, threatening to smoke.
Yeah, that's it. The threat is stronger than the execution. There's some psychological byplay going on there, because Hal will know that that winds up head to no end, eating at the board. It's kind of rude, you know. Eh? Maybe he didn't have any breakfast. All right, well, let's crack on with the moves then. Any more moves?
No.
Okay, well, this is yet to liven up. Let's say it's a bit dull at the moment. It could liven up later, especially when Hal starts munching on his sandwich. Then it really could start livening up. I don't know. I have no idea what he will play. Let's go on to Pert versus Arkle. Okay, I'm presuming to get into the big money, one of these needs to win. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, what is the difference in prize money? It must be quite considerable, isn't it? John Philpotts here, he's the treasurer, so he would know.
I can
Put him on the spot. Eh?
I can find that out.
It must be a four-figure sum in difference, mustn't it? It must be close to that. So a win is kind of extremely important.
Well, the only thing is, if it's for win, it will be for a multiple tie, which will reduce the...
Yeah, but it will still be a decent sum of money. So actually, both of these guys want to win, but of course, Arkle with black against Nick Pert, that's not easy. Not easy at all.
Yeah, but also in this tournament, I thought he's playing in the senior section, but I didn't see him in the top horse of the British. And then suddenly,
yeah, he's been bullying the seniors, hasn't he, recently?
He's a European senior champion, and you know, I mean, and I think he's timed it a bit right. I think he was bogged down by a few draws, and he's timed it to come into board 2 in the last round. You know that's
board
like
3 is board 3.
Yeah, okay. Just to give you a sample, he hasn't played Hawkins, he hasn't played Richard Pert, he hasn't played Howard, he hasn't played Hebden.
He's played the Swiss Gambit.
Yeah,
Nice one. This is being recorded live on YouTube. He'll be listening to you later on. So be very careful. I regard him as a flat track bully going into all these senior tournaments, you know. So, all right, so here he is with black against Nick Pert. Will it be the usual Arkle stonewalling with black? So what does he do? Come on then.
exactly. That's what happened.
Okay, come on then. Let's go.
So D4, D5,
Yes.
C4, C6.
So already, you know, that's slightly different for Arkle because he normally plays Nimzonian and stuff like that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So C4.
C4, C6.
Oh gosh, right.
Knight F3, Knight F6.
Pert must feel like he's playing against himself.
Knight C3, G6.
G6.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, okay.
He's playing for, you know, I mean,
So the Slav version of the Grunfeld. This
Yeah.
really is Dullsville, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, if you have seen his book actually written by Keith Arkle, you can see a lot of stuff there. It's very long games, and he explains in detail. Yes.
I think this line is kind of avoided in Grunfeld and Slav books. The Slav players say it's a Grunfeld, and the Grunfeld players say it's a
That's because
Slav.
the
No
author
one
comes
wants
to this
line.
position and suffers from a bout of terminal depression, and we can't write about it because it's so dull. Okay, so Bishop G5 or Bishop F4? Please enlighten me.
Knight C3, G6, CD5,
Oh, Paul takes Paul.
CD5,
So we've
Bishop
got.
F4.
So this is now an exchange Slav where Black's played G6. Is that any good?
Yeah, Bishop F4, Knight C6,
Okay.
H3 to stop the bishop coming out, Bishop G7.
Well, also to stop or to kind of dissuade Black from playing Knight H5.
Yeah, and then he has Bishop H2.
Bishop G7. Yep.
Yeah, and then he played H3, he played Bishop G7, E3,
Yeah.
Castle, Bishop E2, B6.
Yeah, the thing is, where do you put this bishop on f1? I mean, I often feel
Any
that.
games, I mean, I can't find anything.
I just said, when black's played g6, why would you put your bishop on d3? Because it's like looking at a brick wall there. But bishop e2, that's just rock solid chess. And black played?
Bishop e2, black played b6. I want to see if there are any games available on this system.
b6?
Yeah.
This is a system?
Yeah, b6, yeah.
Lots of games.
After b6?
After b6, 117 games. Coming down to 11 games.
I think the Fritz book has crashed, you know, he's played something very unusual as well.
Well, okay, so the results don't seem too bad for black, but then the players are not too highly rated, are they?
So,
I mean, it's just basically an attempt by black to get his pieces out and avoid opening catastrophe. Bishop b7, rook c8, the game continues. Again, one open file, the c file is open, but, you know, it's pretty dull, isn't it? It's really dull. Perhaps duller for black than for white. So rook c1 looks like the obvious move, or castles.
And you know, I mean, like the approach, you know, even yesterday when we finished the game between Howell and Pert, it went on and on and on until reached a mind piece endgame where a draw was agreed. You know, I mean, so I think, you know, quite possibly, you know, Nick Pert wanted something solid and then keep going, isn't it?
Well, that certainly looks like the
So
case.
bishop to b7.
Well, what did white play? Rook c1?
Castle.
He castled, okay.
Bishop to b7.
Yeah.
And then knight e5, the mover comes out.
Right.
Knight takes e5. Bishop takes
I've already
e5.
taken with the bishop.
I mean, he's not the player who will play d5, is he?
Rook c8? No?
No, queen d7.
Queen d7.
Rook c1.
c1.
Rook fc8.
Rook fc8. There we are. One open file. You could just see the pieces being exchanged on that file. Yeah, go on then.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
e6.
Yeah.
Rook c2.
Oh my God.
Knight e4.
Yeah.
Bishop to g7.
Yes. King g7.
King and g7.
Well, I mean, if white plays knight takes e4, he must have a slight edge.
Does he have a slight edge yet?
Well, my bishop's better than yours. That's a slight edge, isn't it?
Yeah, but
The slightest of slight edges.
so bishop g7, king g7, and Pert is thinking.
He's thinking, why did I turn up?
So is it so,
Yeah, but a draw's no good to them, really. A draw is no good to them. So, I mean, and of course, if you're black against Pert, you know, you understand that you probably have to play like this because he's such a good player. But I mean, let's see. Look, it is boring. It's incredibly dull, and it's even extremely dull for black. I mean, how is black ever going to win if white takes the knight off?
Doesn't keep like a window like this. Running like this.
Well, there are games and games, you know. He's a very good endgame player, but even this endgame is worse for black, isn't it? You know, if I just sit there with the rooks, it's equal. Okay, it's equal, but it's only slightly better for white, isn't it? So the choice there of plonking that knight in on e4 is just unbelievably dull, isn't it?
the white can't get anything with knight into e4, d4, rook f c1,
Well, what if I get the vacuum cleaner out? Here we go. Boom.
rook c2.
Yes, okay. I've seen this sort of thing before. Well, you take it, yes?
Thinking bishop b5 first.
Bishop b5. Okay, you can pretend that there's something going on here. I was planning to get my queen to d6, or can I do that? Queen a3 and
Bishop to b5.
maneuver the queen in. Yeah, it might be a little bit better for white, isn't it?
I think in this question, bishop b5, you go queen d6, then I can chop off.
I think I go queen d8, don't I? I just need to keep on
Yeah,
the rook.
we need to keep the queen over there. And the point is that if we
I
went
mean, how's this bishop ending if I take this off, queen takes, and go queen
c3,
c4?
queen c3.
Really? I wanted to go queen c4.
Okay, queen c3.
Keep the queens. I mean, I know it's a minor
I
thing.
mean, like queen into c4 is forced, isn't it? I mean, I can't play.
Well, Black's never going to win this in a million years, is he?
No.
Black's just worse. It's toiling in this endgame.
So no more moves played after.
Okay, this game I forecast is going to be indescribably dull. I'm sorry to say that. It could be long and dull. Right, let's move on. We'll leave them to contemplate their fate. Right, now this is the first time we're seeing Ravi Harrier on the top 4 boards.
Yeah.
Again, is it a meteoric rise from the middle of the tournament, having played nobody?
Well, I think that, he played in the British last year. He's from my county, Hertfordshire. Okay. And I think
I mean, he's a very strong player, but you wouldn't expect to see him on the top boards of the British Championship in the last round.
Yeah, I think he must have played well in the previous round.
How many GMs did he play? Do we know this? Probably not very many, I would say.
Find out in a minute if you wish.
Well, anyway, Williams will view this as a really good opportunity to win with the white pieces as well. And will he come out with his usual swashbuckling style, going for the big attack, or will he just try to play normally? So, can we have some moves, please?
Yes, I'm getting you the details you asked.
I think it was C4, wasn't it?
Ravi Harrier played Jonathan Hawkins, international master. And he played with FIDE master Justin Tan. And he's played with quite a few good players. Adam C. Taylor, rated 200 above.
But we're not talking about grandmasters, are we?
Yeah, there's no grandmaster above.
Right, so this is the Gambit. He's a bit doing an arcle here, coming from the middle of the tournament. So let's see what he can do against Williams. All right.
And Arkle has played against Chris Ward and won yesterday. That was a crucial game. He's played John Ems, second grandmaster, and now he's playing with Nicholas Butt.
Right.
So what happened in this game was,
I think it was C4 E6, wasn't it?
C4 E6, Knight C3 B6.
So Harrier plays the English defence.
Yeah. And I saw this position with Sam Williams thinking for about a couple of minutes here, and then he just went E4.
All right. Black's not too unhappy about that.
Bishop B7, Knight F3.
Knight F3, Bishop B4.
Bishop B4, Bishop D3.
Bishop D3.
Yeah.
Right, okay, well there's a slightly unusual move for you.
Yeah. Bishop into C3.
Well, hang on a sec. Bishop D3, let's try and understand it. Is White intending to drop his bishop back to C2 and then go D4 at some point?
Yeah. And
keep this bishop on a nice aggressive diagonal. The bishop only needs White to play E5, and then there's some really aggressive chances against the black king side. So Bishop D3 is not as unorthodox as it looks. I know Romanishin used to play like that, didn't he?
Yeah.
In certain positions.
I think it is a kind of an IMSO setup for black, isn't it? He's doubled your pawns.
Well, I don't like that bishop takes C3 move, I have to say.
Bishop takes E3.
He voluntarily gives up the 2 bishops.
Yeah.
It looks
D6 played.
So he's playing for structure. I presume Williams took back with a D pawn, yes?
Yeah, with the D pawn.
Yeah.
And then he played knight. He played
castles. No.
He played bishop into C3, D into C3. Black played D6.
Yeah.
White played bishop G5. Knight F6. Queen E2. H6. Bishop H4.
Yeah.
E5. I think, are there any games in this one?
No games. I mean, this is like asking for it against Simon Williams, I have to say. Of course, Black's position is pretty solid. White's got to open it up somehow. I mean, the move that strikes me as a Williams-like move is castles on the queen side. Will that not be?
Yeah, possible.
Has he made a move yet?
He's made a few more moves.
Well, let's have a competition, shall we? Because we want to give some books away.
Queen E to H6, Bishop H4, E5.
Right. Does he guess White's next move?
I think It's easy move.
Easy move, all right.
Long
Then.
castle.
You heard it first here. I didn't know that.
Queen E7.
Yeah.
Knight D2.
When you come to the first move that's difficult, let me know.
Knight BD7.
Yeah.
And then we could offer a competition move here.
Can I just see? Absolutely, Ravi. One of the most difficult moves I've ever seen. Right, okay. So, you have to guess, using all your skill and judgment, Williams's move. Any person seen referring to an iPad or iPhone or near the door will be instantly disqualified. G4. Wow. Okay, he has no fear. No, he didn't go G4. Yes, sir.
F3.
F3, preparing G4. Is that correct? Oh, he's getting the bishop to square. You are correct, sir. Congratulations. Round of applause there for Mr. Asnick.
So is it one move straight or?
And you're very welcome to come and choose your book from the...
That's very good.
Okay. It's got the endorsement of a member of the audience who's got 3 copies from previous years. This brings me to my second English Chess Federation Forum competition for this morning. Okay, we've already had the first one. I wonder if anybody managed to answer that. The first quiz question was, who said openings teach you openings, but endgames teach you chess? Does anybody know? Anybody know in this hall? Was it Stephen Gazadovitz, Al Horowitz, John Fedorowicz, or Jakub Norowitz? That was the first quiz question. Somebody actually said that phrase, so they have to go to the English Chess Federation forum and put their stamp there. And the second quiz question, I wonder if Ravi knows the answer. The controversial program Child Genius is currently being screened. 3 young English chess players have actually appeared on that program. What are their names? And in order to win this, you have to get all 3 names. So if you know the answer, you go to the English Chess Federation forum, you write the answer there, and somewhere in the world a moderator is watching this broadcast. I have it on good authority, and they will be in touch with you. And then you can win a valuable prize. So that's the second question. Child Genius is being screened. You probably don't watch it. I don't blame you. There are 3 English children chess players who have appeared on that program. I need all 3 names to win the prize. Right, okay, which brings us back to Williams Harrier and F3. You didn't explain your move, did you? Very at length.
Black's bishop in prep G4.
Right.
Yes, black could counter with G5, and then knight H5, and the bishop would have been then exchanged.
Probably even more than this, the black they protect the e4, so that I can go to the next one to B3, so I F5 on B5.
Look at this manoeuvre. We have an intelligent, knowledgeable audience here. They understand that when that knight reaches F5, black is in serious wonga. Right, so okay, that is the plan for white. The thing is, of course, it's white's challenge is to open the game, and that's why black, when he plays G5, has got to be very careful that, you know, a white knight doesn't come to F5. So, what did Harrier play after F3?
Okay, so after F3, there's no more moves.
Delightful. Okay, so let's have a look at it from Harrier's side. Doesn't look too bad, looks very solid. And while the position remains closed, the knights are quite good. Of course, black could maybe think about occupying F4 with a knight. There's one path towards F4. I mean, I think black's going to castle queenside, because castle and kingside is straight into white's attack, isn't it? Then you do start the pawns rolling. I'm just slightly concerned that, I mean, I think maybe G5, although it's very committal, what does white play? He plays bishop F2, Knight h5. I suppose white could then consider just g3. And it wouldn't actually stop the knight from going to f5, would it? Knight f1 to e3, and then white's got two nice locations for the knight. So although black's position looks okay, he's really got to find some good moves. I mean, maybe he can just defer everything and castle on the queen side. That's what I expect. I don't think there are any games to go on. That's it. It's a completely original game. At what stage did it become an original game? There are a few games there. Apparently this bishop takes c3 move is quite common, but I don't like it. Bishop g5 looks like a completely new move from Simon Williams. Knight d4 or queen e2 or castles. Bishop g5 is the new move. Although on the face of it, it looks perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? Get a piece out. Black doesn't want to play f6. And so we reach this actually quite interesting position. Can white open the game up for his bishops? Or can black keep the position closed for his knights? If nothing happens, white can always maneuver a knight to e3 and then ask black what he's going to do. I mean, I think that alone makes it a more preferable position for white, because I don't see any corresponding idea for black, really.
So when a knight appears on d5, or that is where if he undoubles his pawn, he will be...
Well, I think once that knight gets to e3, black's going to have some serious thinking to do, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, you might see black just unpinning in this position and playing a move like queen e6.
Well, queen e6, knight f1, I can just go for my...
Yeah, I just get on with it. So it's slightly more comfortable for white. Let's turn the engine on. What does it think? It doesn't necessarily play these block positions that well. I mean, the fact that it comes up as better for black in certain positions makes me feel very suspicious. Okay, well, black's not too badly off. All right, so that's a slow burner. That will warm up. All right, now back to the board one game. So we left it with black playing rook d8, and they're still in theory. Yeah. We've got a couple of games with this, 3 games with this, all of which featured the move queen a3. So what did Pert play?
So what he did was
14.
He played queen a3.
Okay.
Bishop c8.
Yep, still rattling out the theory.
Rook d8 check.
Right, now the engine suggested knight d2 was a better move here.
Yeah, but he played rook d8 check, king d8.
Well, hang on, let's just see what the eventually the engine comes out with. So it says knight d2 is a better move. All right, so rook d8 check, yep, king d8, queen d6.
Yep.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7, and then he got... You know, why you went for the elaborate maneuver?
Well, he wants to get castled. He's just basically saying that black's position is a bit ragged. You know, he's got a lot of pawns vulnerable to attack. White's threatening maybe queen a4. He just wants to castle Ravi, that's it. White wants to castle in peace, keep his bishop protected, and then try and develop some chances. That is the idea of queen d1. Any games here? One game. Won by black, very interestingly. And black played c5 in that game, white castled, and then black played queen to f4.
Just going back to covering that d6 square, isn't it?
Well, again, the computer evaluation is showing better for white. I mean, I just think it takes black a long time to get organised in this position, so white's got some time at his disposal, hasn't it? It's not as if white is out of time, because black's king is on a very strange square. His knights are both on the edge of the board. I mean, it looks very, very odd.
Okay, I think the principal problem for black, if I can just work out, okay, he's got to find a way to get that rook to d8. His king is a bit stuck in the middle, and white has this nice move. Next move is going to be castle, and then he's got this rook e1, something happening on that line. So I think that's where Hawkins is thinking. I think queen d1, he's quite keeping all options open, and then saying that show me how you're going to make use of your pieces. You have an extra pawn. but you've got those two knights sitting at the edge of the board, and they need to come into some kind of a play. And I don't think it's
not that easy at all.
It's not that easy at all.
And White's idea is simply to castle and then get on with the game.
So what happens if I just play radical move e5 here?
E5. Okay, I'm going to castle.
I mean, my main idea is now I'm restricting your thing, and if you castle, I'm going to play king c7.
Right. Okay. Well, now it's time to start motoring a bit. Can I go bishop d3 first?
Bishop d3 first. I got to go queen to g4.
Right. Now stick the queen out on a4.
So that's the problem as well, isn't it? The queen can come to, so you can't play e5, and if he plays king c7 and he plays queen a4,
king b7's got to be played.
King b7 has to be played, and then rook b1 and all is there. So in this position, I think black shouldn't waste any time. He should play king c7, and then if the queen a4 comes, if he has king b7 or bishop c8.
Is Hawkins still thinking after queen d1?
He's thinking, and I think the move he's going to play is king c7, which looks logical, which then thinks that if you play queen a4, he's got bishop c8, and if you castle rook d8, he's at least got that rook into the open file, and I think he should be all right with that, isn't it? Since you don't have queen a4 in that position, so I think it's going to be king c7.
Well, the computer can't decide between king c7 and king c8. I mean, let's just take a look at the line you mentioned. Then king c7, castles, rook d8. That seems most likely to me.
I mean, the thing I like about that position with the king on c7 and rook on d8 is your major threat of queen a4 is neutralized by bishop c8, and I got a rook on the open file, okay? And
well, you haven't got any squares on the open file for that rook to use. So what if I went b4?
b4, I had to play bishop c8.
c8, all right. And now
then,
just knight to d2, knight to d2.
Yeah.
Black's very passive, isn't he?
Yeah,
very, very passive.
But he's okay here, isn't it? I mean,
well, is he?
Instead of bishop c8, can I just play c5 there? Which is active, you know. I mean, if you play b5, knight b4.
That looks better. That looks better.
That's better, isn't it?
Well, not better.
Man, he's making some progress, isn't he?
Bishop d3, slightly better for white according to the machine,
okay.
But it's all to play for. All right, so it doesn't look as though white is establishing any substantial advantage if black is careful, and moving his king, getting out of the pin, whether to c8 or c7 seems the right way. Right, moving on to Hal Hebden. Have they made one or two more moves yet?
No, we got a couple more moves on the top board.
Couple more moves, all right, we'll go back. Yes, please.
So you played king e7.
King e7?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's asking for queen a4, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just
So
asking
queen
for
a4 is bishop c8.
Okay.
So now white castle,
Yep.
and he played c5. And I don't like something happening on the e line. You know, your king is on e7, your queen is on e4.
It's very risky to stick that
Very
king on
risky.
e7.
Yeah, but the only thing that black has, you know, he's got this defensive huddle with the knight on c7. You know.
Well, bishop d3 looks like the right move, or knight to d2.
White's castle.
Which one?
He's played c5.
Knight to d2 or bishop to d3? What do you prefer?
I don't particularly like bishop d3 because now black has queen b7.
Well, I wanted to play rook e1. That's the thing.
Rook e1, queen b7.
What are the times now, please?
The times on the clock is 1 hour 23 minutes for Hawkins, so he's still comfortably there, and Richard Perth is, you know, walking into some kind of a time pressure. 49 minutes left for 22 moves, but the position is so difficult, it's going to consume more and more time. And because Hawkins can play that move, queen b7, and I can see that he's reorganizing his pieces. I know the king is a bit tricky on the e-line, but he should be able to hold that because then he's got that knight coming back to c7 as well.
You say that. You say that he should be able to hold it, but I'm totally convinced.
Yeah, rook e1, you know, For rook e1, I think the main move is just rook d8, and then no, I can't play rook d8. I think I just play queen d7. Withdraw my queen to
And
a
black is so disorganised here, isn't he? He's so disorganised. Can I go? What if I was to go knight g5? We'll try and open you up.
There's nothing to open up there.
Nothing to see here. You must be joking.
Knight
Okay.
f5.
Bishop f3 and knight takes e6. There'll be plenty to see there in a minute. Don't worry.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 is okay. Calm as can be. Bishop g4 or bishop f3?
Wherever you want to play.
Let's go bishop g4.
Bishop g4. I'm going to play king f7. How do I
Knight takes king.
Andy,
Yes, yes, sir.
it's not late to this day. If you offer someone a draw, he says he's thinking, and he then withdraws and walks him off with it.
No,
No.
no. Although that has been done.
I played a friend this team after the draw, and then he said he was thinking, and then said, "Can I withdraw?"
You can't withdraw it. Sorry. No, no. Sorry about that. Right. Okay. So there are. I still think that White's got considerable chances in this position. Whatever you say, Remy. I'm not convinced by your bluster. Look at those knights on the edge.
Yeah, that's the main. In principle, that's the main problem, isn't it?
Two problems. Right, let's move on. Come on, let's go on to this scintillating game, Howe versus Hebden. Knight bd2 was the last move. Have they crawled up to move 10 yet? Obviously not.
Okay, so there is a few more moves there.
Literally. Yes.
Okay. So
What move are they on now?
Okay.
God, they're on move 10. Okay, come on then. After an hour and a half's play.
Yeah, knight bd2, knight f6.
Okay, got that one right.
Yeah.
c3, am I just guessing?
Knight bd2, knight f6, c3, castle.
Look, right, look, I understand this chess. Yeah.
Queen e2,
Okay.
knight d7,
Yes.
castle,
Yes.
a5,
Okay.
rook d1.
That's it. Ooh. Okay, well, not a lot's happening. White's first to the open file with his rook. Quite what that's going to gain him is open to.
So is Hebden hoping
Really?
to play something like knight c5?
Has this been seen? I very much doubt it. It's no games found. There we are. Well, he can play knight c5, can't he? And what is White actually doing here? Slow manoeuvres. Knight f1, knight to somewhere like g3 or e3 and keep playing, yes? This game is still warming up, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're still going through the opening phase. Maybe Black can even think about putting his queen on e8 in certain positions. King h8 and then getting on with some play.
So is he planning to put the knight on c5?
What if I play this queen e8 move? Come on. What if I leave it as is? Say, what are you doing? Knight f1?
Knight f1,
King h8.
knight g3.
Or knight e3?
Yeah, knight e3.
Knight e3, okay. Right, so now I have to be a little bit careful. All right, knight c5.
Yeah.
Well, what's wrong with Black's position is not too much wrong. You get a bit of play with f6 and shift the queen out to the king side.
I think knight d5 comes in, isn't it?
Right, d5, okay, bishop d6, what's the big deal?
Well, knight b6.
Well, I must admit, I didn't see that. All right, you were lucky. What about bishop d8 then?
You're going bishop d8 and
Loving it.
can I can't.
Okay, at this stage, another hour's gone by, you know. Limbering up for some time trouble. Well, okay. Let's say that Hebden has to find a decent plan. This really has not yet warmed up.
There. He played knight b6.
Knight b6.
Then if
Should be
knight f1 is the first move, I think.
Knight f1.
Yeah. Then queen e8.
Is that happened?
No, but I'm contemplating that if he goes queen e8, then bishop b5 pin. That's nasty, isn't it?
Nasty.
So Howell has a slight edge, you know. I mean, he's going to work his way.
Was it who said a knight on b6 is always badly placed? Tarish, wasn't it? Is that right? Hebden wasn't listening.
I think Howell has got the position that he wants. So queen e2, knight b6, hitting the bishop, and knight f1, queen e8, bishop b5. Don't like his position at all, because you know, I'm a couple of.
All right, bishop d7. What's wrong with it?
Knight e3.
Okay, actually, you could win a pawn here. Bishop takes knight.
Well, I'm not interested in pawns. I want to win the game, isn't it? So knight e3, knight e5.
Yeah, it is slightly better one. All right, well, Hebden put his knight on b6 voluntarily. So Ravi thinks, and I tend to agree with him, seeing the analysis, that knight f1 leads to a slight edge for white. But that's got a bit of warming up to do again. So he's played knight b6?
He's played knight b6 and Howell is thinking.
Okay, so now we come back to this Pert Arkle game, which wasn't setting the Thames on fire. There have been a few exchanges. There's the promise of a few more. The vacuum cleaner isn't ready.
Okay, so in that critical position...
Don't tell me, he took on e4.
Okay, bishop to b5 was played.
Oh, that's...
Queen to d6.
Yeah.
And...
There's going to be some exchanges in a minute, I promise you.
Bishop to b5, queen to d6.
Yes, there's going to be some
knight to
exchanges.
e4.
There they are. Here's the first of many.
Rook f c1.
Wait a minute, yes.
Rook c2, rook c2.
Yeah, you do surprise me.
Rook c8.
There they go, the vacuum cleaner's coming
Rook
out.
c8, bishop c8.
Oh my God, it's all coming
Queen
true.
c3.
It's all coming true. It's all coming true.
I mean, what's wrong if I just played bishop d7 and went to a queen endgame?
Is it some cheapo with d5? Check, discovered check, you know. What does it do? It doesn't do anything. It's discovered check. Big deal.
So I think he's found something to give d5 check.
Well, all right, bishop d7. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, d5 check.
d5 check in a loud voice. What if I just go king g8?
Yeah, I think it's just.
This is pretty tedious, isn't it? Well, White's playing on, isn't he? It's tedious. Now, White doesn't really want to destroy his pawn structure because actually with the white square bishops on the board, it's slightly favourable to White, isn't it? Because Black's got a central pawn locked on the same colour square as his bishop, which should limit the bishop's mobility. But even so, there are so few pieces on the board. This really is pretty dull stuff. Yeah, I like your bishop d7 move. Now, how the heck does White get anything against it? Doesn't seem to be a way to get the queen in. d5 check just looks a bit cosmetic, to be honest. And bishop e2 and keep the game going, boys. On and on and on.
So only thing is, can I play queen c6 now?
Well, I just play the bishop ending. Best I've got. Yeah.
So what's that? d5 check isn't leading to anything?
d5 check. Yeah, it leads to the loss of a pawn. That's not a good idea. Against Keith Arkle to lose a pawn. That's like it would be misery.
So can I just play that d5 check after bishop d7 and see am I getting anywhere in that endgame?
Well, okay. Well, what's going on there?
The bishop into d7, queen into d7, queen c6.
Queen takes d5.
Ah,
This is the problem.
so d6 just.
d6, queen e6, and you can't go queen c7. I'm on a2. This is really tedious stuff now.
It's like, you know, I mean, like Keith Arthur, you know, I mean, like.
It's a problem for both of them, this position, because they both really want to win. But it's more understandable from Arkle's perspective than the Pert's perspective. I mean, what are his chances of winning this position against Keith? You know, it's not anybody. It's a renowned endgame specialist. Well, I think White's best chance is to go for that bishop ending and hope that something turns up.
Nah, I don't think you have anything in that endgame.
Well, I haven't got anything here.
He has played bishop d7.
Well done, Ravi. You're on the same wavelength. The computer's not impressed either.
What's this?
It's a flat equal across the board. Well, that's deep, Fritz. We'll stick Houdini on at the risk of frying my machine. Let's stick Houdini Pro on. Equal. Right, let's stick on one of the cheaper engines. Fritz 6 Lite. As cheap as it gets. Equal. All right. So, unless anybody can see any reason why this shouldn't just be a handshake quite soon, can we move on? The audience are begging to move on now.
So,
this is one for the connoisseur. Right, Williams Harrier. Any more moves in that game? F3. We didn't
we
quite.
left it at f3.
Yeah.
Then knight c5.
Knight c5. Okay.
Bishop c2. Not considered.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, because I don't think White wants to give up that bishop just yet.
Yeah. Knight c5. Bishop c2. Long castle.
Yeah.
Knight f1.
There we are.
g5. Committal move. I don't like that.
Well, of course, he has to understand that, you know, the white knight, once it appears on one of those squares, is going to cause some serious trouble. So bishop f2 must be played, right?
Yeah, bishop f2 played.
In order to play g3 if black decides to threaten to come in on f4.
Yeah.
Knight e6?
Knight e6 played in the game.
Well, g3 then.
I know, knight e3. Just allow knight f4 and then
okay.
Sit back, queen f1, then kick it at the right time. And I think this is, looking at it, you know, I mean, like, it looks like White has...
Well, Ravi, you know, playing that move g5, that's just too committal at this point.
Yep.
I mean, I imagine White's got quite a big edge now. Let's have a look. Okay, it's not too bad, but it is an edge. And I bet it went downhill the instant he played g5. So it's giving slightly better for black. Okay, knight f1 still tolerable. Or maybe not as bad as it looks. Well, anyway, it's f5 versus f4. One is an outpost, one is a hole. That's the problem. This is a hole. Once the white knight sinks itself in there, black can't get rid of it with a pawn. But once the black knight comes in there, white can get rid of it. And that's the difference between an outpost and a hole. So,
and
right.
Also, if I can mention there that White's eventual opening of lines will be on the H line. When he gets that H4 up, and then black has to play rook G8, and then he has got that open file, isn't it, as well? I mean,
I think this is looking bad already for black, you know, against Williams.
Yeah, he played knight f4 now.
He likes these positions. Queen f1.
Not played yet, but...
Well, queen f1 is quite a good move. It keeps an eye on g2 and on c4, and after g3, you know, the queen can always slip out the back door there with a crafty check. So, all in all, queen f1 looks like a better square than d2.
Played in the game.
What?
Queen f1.
Queen f1 was played. Okay, well, there we are. Well, I mean, fair enough. So White's going to do a number of things. He's got a lovely choice. He's got knight f5 coming. He's got g3 coming. As Ravi says, he's got h4 coming. And I only see a suffering for black here, because what is black doing? It's a block position. Well, black's got 2 knights, but white's got the capacity to open the game up. And that could spell serious trouble. So I think Ravi actually is going to lose this game. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that this is not a nice position, especially against Simon Williams, because you've given him the initiative. And he's deadly with the initiative. We've seen in the this tournament so far that as soon as he's been forced onto the defensive, he becomes a completely different player. So, okay, let's wait and see. But it doesn't look good for Ravi Harrier at the moment in this game. Queen F1. Have we got any more moves there, or is that it?
No, that's it.
So Black's having a long think. He's probably thinking, what am I going to do? And maybe he can go H5. Let's see. Can he do this? What do you think, Ravi? H5 by Black?
Well, then do I do H4 and then force you to play G4? And then G3 kicks you off, and then, you know, I should be able to play this position in different ways.
Should I play? I think I'll go G3 first.
Yeah, G3 first. Put the knight back to,
Where?
I don't know, G6 possibly. No,
Right.
no, G6 loses the pawn. No, G6, yeah. Yeah, knight to G6, and then now maybe knight D5, just play that kind of a position.
Yeah, I want to come in with a knight there.
Yeah, that's, you know.
He takes, C takes, you know, White's got everything, hasn't he?
Yeah. This is like terrible for him. But nothing happening in the immediate. But knight D5 is too committal. I think he needs to find another way to do that. But there's one more move in that position after Queen F1.
Yep.
He's gone G4.
Okay.
And the thing he's trying to set up here is that if you play G3, he'll play knight E6, and then that F3 pawn is hanging. So he's gone G4.
Again, that looks very, very sharp and a bit dodgy somehow. Well, why can't I? What if I take a pawn? Let's try and take this pawn. How should we do this?
So knight into G4.
Yeah, knight takes
Knight
G4.
takes G4. F takes G4.
He's going to go Queen G5.
Queen G5, yeah. Threatening that this guy can check.
Okay, so he's made a bid for counterplay. Fair enough. All the same, that does weaken Black's pawn structure. So you'd think that.
The point is that what he's trying to establish is that if White ignores him completely, is that the GF3, and then White has the rook on G1, you know, and then this knight on E3 can go to D5 or can go to F5. So White can just ignore and play another nice move. Can he play Bishop H4 now? Is that horrible, Bishop H4?
Well, I thought Knight G6 then, and then your Bishop.
And then Knight F5 in.
Let's have a look here. Here. I mean, can I go Bishop takes F6? How stupid is this? Just take a pawn.
Yeah, he played Bishop H4.
I mean, that looks quite good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well done, Ravi.
Yeah.
You look so proud of that move. Would you like to award yourself a British Chess magazine? Well, I don't like this position for Black.
No,
You might be able to get go Queen G5 check. I don't know.
So what is it? Queen F3 and then G3. He's cut it, so he can't take there, and he's allowed the bishop to a very powerful square on it.
I think he's got to get out of that pin. Knight G6.
Knight G6, then I can play Bishop F6, Queen F6, Knight G4.
Just Bishop F6 and Knight G4. Simple chess. Win a pawn with no tears. That was a mistake, G4, wasn't it? Actually, he's losing something, isn't it? So let's have a look. So Bishop H4. He's got to take on F3 then to avoid losing a pawn, right?
Yeah. And then once he
Queen
does,
takes F3 plus 4.28. That is very serious. That means that Black cannot get out of that pin. Queen e6, g3. Ouch. Knight h5, just rook hf1, piling up on the knight. As soon as black opened the game, he loses.
You know, I mean, it's not a difficult move, you know, I mean, like, it's not that he doesn't need to say, okay, look at the position, he's playing g4, I can't touch it. What else can I do? Bishop h4. So, you know, I mean, like, you know, that's looking increasingly difficult for Ontario. And, you know, I mean, very spirited youngster from my county, as I said earlier. Met him on a couple of occasions here, very focused. He's been to all these World Youth Championships and other, and, you know, I mean, like, possibly the strongest player from our county. You know, we're very proud that, you know, he's gone and achieved that. And, you know, I mean, like, it is looking difficult for him here. Was too committed to play g4.
All right, so bishop h4, substantial advantage to white. Okay, Pert versus Hawkins. Back we go. c5.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3, yes.
Queen g4.
He didn't go queen b7 as you thought he might.
Yeah, no, he went queen d4, h3, queen h5. But I can see now black is on the rebound here. That his next move is going to be knight b8, knight c6 is one other possibility. So black is just a few moves away from doing something, isn't it? And your bishops are now hitting possibly nothing, isn't it?
Well, I'm going rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, and I think I got to play knight c7 for protection. And then you
Knight c7. This guy thinks he can get away with anything.
Yeah.
Right, hang on a minute. Now, knight e. I want to play knight e5, don't I? Blow the guy's brains out. Okay, queen d2 continues systematically improving the position. Your position will crumble. I have every faith.
So what are you threatening now?
I'll tell you when it happens.
Oh, I got to go knight f7 now.
He's moving his knights back like some.
What's he threatening?
I said I'll tell you when it happens. I haven't worked it out yet. I'm just moving my pieces into impressive-looking positions and hope something happens.
Okay. You don't have the engine on.
I don't have the engine on. I'm not cheating.
No, you are hitting on my
I might have the engine on in my shoe.
e5. Let me play. You know.
This guy knows no fear. Oh well, there's no hesitation there.
Yeah.
What do you think I am? A wimp?
F and D.
I'm not playing for 5,000 quid, so I can easily chuck away pieces here. Come on,
F and D5, bishop and D5.
Okay, man.
Knight E6.
96.
Yeah.
Whoa. No, I take on G7. What's going on? Your pieces are. Is it? Is it so?
Am I a piece up here?
You are a piece up. It doesn't feel like that. The queen could come to f6. It might do. As I say, I'm not disclosing my plans for the time being. But somebody seems to have spotted it. The bishop might come to it. You've got to go rook g8, haven't you? Right, now, how can we finish this job? Looks as though there should be an easy way.
You can click on Fritz now.
No way. Use your 1 horsepower brain. No, you're a lazy guy. Queen f6 check.
King d6.
Okay, this looks. My bishop's trapped like a g7. This is crazy stuff. I just need a move here. Then his position must crumble. And then can he go? All right, let's give it a go. Come on. Well, I'll tell you what, friends. Something like this must happen. You know, or Pert's going to run out of steam.
Yeah, and
you know that's all I can say. If this is the precise move order of the game, I will be gobsmacked. But something like this must happen.
Yeah,
White must press home in the centre. That's the position in the game.
Yeah, he didn't do that though. He played the calm bishop e4. I don't know where he's setting it. He's possibly bishop e4. He's possibly looking to put the rook on e1, bishop on d5. But that is not going to trouble black, is it? I mean, like, okay, you played bishop e4, or you're threatening nothing.
Is he fine to the 8th?
Yeah, I think bishop e4, knight to c7. You got to get the knight back to c7, or you got to get the knight from h6 to f7, which frees that rook on h8.
I mean, surely he's got to have to play rook e1 in a minute, or is he planning to put his queen on the d file? I mean, okay, queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2, knight f7.
You love that move.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to rook d1.
Pardon?
Rook d1. Rook d8.
Rook d8. Yeah, you don't have any entry points.
Well, I prefer the other way of doing it with the rook on e1. I don't. What's that bishop doing on e4? Is there some significance to it?
No, I don't like this bishop e4, and he's slipping into time pressure. Hawkins 1 hour 10 minutes, and he's got 38 minutes left. And I don't like the bishop e4 because
I mean the
it's getting in the way. You know, it's getting in the way along the e5. You know, I mean.
Well, is he going to play bishop b7?
So bishop e4, I like to play knight f7, which covers the d6 square, or protects g5 and e5, and frees the rook on h8 to go to d8. So it looks like black is, getting his pieces back, isn't it?
Well, I mean, using all normal rules of attacking chess, you just try and get as many pieces into the attack as possible. So, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that however long the computer thinks it's going to come up with rook e1 as the best move. Because,
yeah, but after bishop e4, what does Fritz think?
Well, it initially thinks it's okay, but I'm sure that valuation will change going down.
Yeah, after bishop e4.
Well, what is the point of it? That's the thing. What is the point to put the bishop there? Can anybody understand it?
Put it on b7.
Yeah, but you can go knight c7.
And then when the attack eventually happens, the king can't escape the queen side because it's covering most of the squares already.
See, first choice of Fritz.
I've heard some old tosh in my time, but that must come pretty close to being.
So first choice of Fritz is knight f7.
Well, then you move your queen, don't you? You stick your queen on e2 or something. Or c2 maybe. I can see a reason for sticking it on c2 because I want to take on h7.
So can I just play knight f7?
If white gets his pawn back here, he's instantly better. The fact that he's a pawn down is the problem. If I get a pawn back with two bishops and this attack, the king in the middle, I must be close to winning. So what about queen c2? I mean, that must be another move, surely.
Yeah, but he's wasted one more, isn't it? I mean, queen c2, knight f7.
But then it's giving knight b4 as the best move. Knight f7? No. No, just a3. I prefer queen c2 to bishop e4. I don't understand it.
But he's played bishop e4 now, and I think
he played it.
I think black's pieces are going to get the act together.
Well, you've given him a tempo, haven't you? So that's going to really count here.
Is he targeting getting his queen on d2, look up d1, and then c6?
Well, yeah, but then in that case, play the queen move immediately. Because bishop e4 looks like the least important move in any of these sequences. It doesn't necessarily need to be played. So I think that is actually a mistake, because it will turn out to be a mistake, because it doesn't seem to have any point to it whatsoever.
No point at all. It just gives Hawkins an extra move now. That bishop is going to get in the way on the E-line activity.
I mean, when you can play rook e1, come on. I mean, there's no comparison between the two moves. Can we have a sequence? Yes. Well, okay, knight c7. Queen d3. All right. So, are we attacking?
No, we said knight f7, didn't we?
Knight f7. All right then. Now you got rook d1, rook d8. That's the thing. Knight's protecting it. Very annoying. The black knights have suddenly found quite good squares, haven't they?
So can he play now rook d1, rook d8, bishop f7?
Play bishop c6.
There he goes. He gets one back.
Well, it It was really difficult. I looked at the computer evaluation. But I think I would have found that move again.
Okay, I think that's
Okay, bishop e4, very nervy looking move, I think, very nervy.
very delicately poised, isn't it?
Right, that brings us to our third English Chess Federation Forum quiz of the morning, Ravi. We've had 2 interesting questions so far. I hope those questions have been answered satisfactorily. The last one was, name the 3 children who have appeared, chess playing children, on the Child Genius program. That was the last question. And the next question is very easy, I think. The British Championship has been held in Aberystwyth 3 times. Who won the championship on the first occasion it was here in 1955? So that's the next question. Who won the British Chess Championship in 1955 on the first occasion it was held in Aberystwyth? If you've got the answer, go to the English Chess Federation forum, put your name down there, put the answer down, and the moderator will be in touch if you have won one of our valuable ECF prizes. I don't know what they are, but I've been assured that they are valuable. Right, any more moves after bishop e4?
Bishop e4, no more moves. Hawkins is thinking.
Okay, probably quite surprised by that move. Howe versus Hebden?
A few more moves.
Good.
Rook d1, black played knight b6.
Yes.
And then he played simple bishop b3.
Bishop b3, he didn't play knight f1, keeping his options open.
Now he played bishop d6 now.
Yep, blocking the file.
a4.
Okay, blocking black's counterplay.
Queen f6.
So he found a way to get his queen out. h3 maybe?
Yeah, queen f6. Now knight c4, knight c4, bishop c4.
Knight c4, well, I mean, again, does black breathe a sigh of relief after that because he gets rid of his poor knight on b6?
Yeah.
Very strange move, huh?
Yeah, knight c4, and I think that if black plays bishop g4
All right, h6, which one?
or bishop e6, either of them looks fine for black. The only point is that white has access to d5 and b5 square.
It takes a long time to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, what about straightforward moves here? Let's go bishop g4. Is there anything especially wrong with that? h3, bishop h5.
Okay.
Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I got to do d4.
Do it. Shh, shh, shh. I know that. I know that. But do they know it? Do they know it? Okay, I was waiting for something. No, it all.
But
This is a good way to chuck away a few thousand quid. So, okay. That won't happen, I guarantee you. Well, all things considered then, I want to play h6. I just love that little move. And I presume white will play h3. Something like that. Yeah, knight d2 is another move, heading for superior squares on d5 or f5. But it's a slow game. It's a slow game. I think Hebden will have perked up a bit after that exchange of the knight on b6.
yeah, he's got rid of his worst piece, isn't he?
I mean, let's go to the engine.
I think he's going to play bishop e6 next.
Very slight edge for white. And look, it's giving h6 or queen g6.
Okay.
Doesn't like bishop g4 too much. Are we, has Hebden moved yet?
No more, no.
Right, we get on for a competition then, okay? So it's guess Hebden's next move. And you will win one of these prizes if you get it right. So you can have your free choice. Get in first if you want to play h6. Yes, sir. You're going h6. That's what I know. A sensible guy. Yes, please. Queen g6. Okay. Queen g6. That's another one. Yes, please. Bishop g4. All right. That's 1, 2, 3. Yes, please. Bishop e6. That's the fourth move. We're coming now to the ropier side of the alternatives. Yes, please. Bishop d7. Well, that's not too bad, is it? Getting the bishop out. It's a good move. That's 5 moves here. Any other reasonable candidate moves? Do you want to have a go at this competition, Ravi?
No.
No. Okay. I don't blame you. Don't blame
No,
you.
I think all the moves have been played. I don't think it's not going to be a quiet move like bishop d7, is it?
I really anticipate h6.
Okay.
Right. Yes, please. You may play bishop c5 if you wish. Has anything been played yet?
No. nothing
Right.
has been
Let's
played.
move on.
Okay,
Move
go
back.
on to the next
The
game.
thriller from Manila, Perth versus Arkle.
Okay.
And
So after D5 check was played, Bishop D7 was played, D5 check.
D5 check was played.
Yeah, King G8, Bishop into D7, Queen into D7, D takes E6, Queen takes E6,
B3.
A3, H5.
The game's just beginning for Keith. The game just started. Now he's got to his favourite position. Well, I mean, you could see that it's indescribably dull. What is White claiming here? Okay, so I'll play a move which is looking really threatening. Queen C7.
Queen C7, I think he's going to play A5.
A5, all right.
I mean, I don't think he
B4.
Huh?
B4, come on.
Just play AB4, AB4.
All right. Okay, okay.
AB4, and then B5.
You're a real sportsball, aren't you? Well, hang on a minute now.
Now you got Queen B8 check. And
Thank you so much.
So I don't think I need to keep the pawn on B6, and then I need to play King G7 back.
King G7. Well, you haven't seen the depth of my concept, have you? Again, it's one of those positions where I'm hoping something will turn up. And,
King F6.
takes, loses. Oops. Well, okay, you seem to have, okay, H4 maybe, I don't know. I mean, for crying out loud, I'm trying to make something of this position.
Well, also,
It's not easy.
Also, if we go back a couple of moves back.
Yes, but where?
When he played H5.
How about all the way back to there and start again?
When you played H5 and you played Queen C7 and I played A5.
Yes.
You played B4.
I did.
And then A takes B4.
Yes.
Okay, A takes B4. Then there's no other move now.
Well, I mean, if Black could get his queen down into E1, he might be in business himself. But I can't get the queen in there, can I? Because then I'm getting F2.
And I think that...
I mean, the opportunity to unbalance this position is almost non-existent, isn't it?
Okay, Queen C7, if you play Queen
Come on,
C7,
this is going to be a draw.
Queen B3.
Can you play Queen B3?
What are you playing? Queen C7?
Queen B3.
Queen B3. Okay, that looks a bit more like it. So now,
Queen B8.
what's to stop me from...
Queen into A7, Queen B2, Queen A8 check, King D7, Queen E4, Queen A3. That is kind of...
Queen D4 check, and I go into a queen ending a pawn up. So it's the best we got so far. He takes this, you take this, he goes check, and now I've got to put my king here, haven't I?
Yeah, Queen E4.
Then take this, and then some move to hit
Queen
both.
B7.
How can I hit both pawns?
Queen B7.
Queen here, and then I defend, and now Black starts playing for a win. This is not exactly what what Pert would like very much. I actually think Black is probably winning this. Well, okay, to be absolutely honest with you, I think this is going to be a draw. And both players are going to be a bit annoyed about this because what can they do? Anybody see anything we've missed? There's nothing to see, is there? Nothing to do. So to symmetrical pawn formation, Black's got a marginally more exposed pawn structure than White, but
no.
I mean, the only other thing I can see really is that White tries to get his king in, but how the heck is he going to do that? Okay, let's try King F1 then. How's Black going to get his king in? I'm sure this is not too difficult to defend this. Okay, shall we centralise the queen? That's what they normally do. Queen there.
Yeah.
Everything's protected. And now you see I'm threatening Queen D1.
Instead of picking F1, shouldn't White centralise his queen first at B4?
Yeah, should probably do something like that. But I mean, actually, that really, you know, they'll take a file maybe. It's got a draw written all over it, really, to be honest.
I think that, you know, while Nick Perth is contemplating on that, if there's one more move in the next game.
I mean, okay, can we move on? Because it's very, very tedious. Even I'm falling asleep looking at it. Right, okay, so Williams Harrier, all right, so Bishop H4 looked very, very good for Simon Williams.
Okay, Knight G6 played, and he's decided he's going to be a pawn down.
Why don't we take the pawn? Thank you very much. Bishop takes F6, wins the pawn, yeah. Clean as a whistle.
Okay. And nothing more happening in the...
Well, what's happened? Knight G6, Simon's thinking.
Yeah, very Simon's. I think all the boards are all...
What is he thinking about? Could he be thinking about Knight F5 first and take it the other way? Let's have a look. Knight F5. No, he doesn't win the pawn this way round, does he? Or does he? He may just be looking at possibilities of winning the queen somehow. I don't see any way to do it. Because if you go takes, check, and then... Okay, according to the computer, even this is better for white. But why would you do that when you could just take on F6 and take on G4 with the knight? Okay, black's got some compensation, but not much. So that's what I expect him to do. Any more moves in that game? No. Right, can we conclude the Hebden competition? Has Hebden played a move yet?
No, he hasn't played a move yet.
Pert Hawkins, any moves? Bishop E4?
No more moves.
No more moves in that one. No more moves in Hebden. No more moves in Arkle. No more moves in Williams Harrier. It is time for the mid-morning break. So 11:38, we'll be back at 12 o'clock and we will carry on. Don't forget to enter the English Chess Federation Forum quiz. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 20 minutes. You need a coffee, in? Okay.
We're going to come down.
I think I'll go and look at Sorry guys, I'm going to ask you to vacate the room. Is that alright? Just for security reasons. Unless you're going to stay. No. Okay, that's okay. Got this, Right, just an old coffee, is that alright?
Yeah, I'm going to get some coffee. So are you going to lock this down?
Thank you. Thanks. I'm more or less ready to go when you are, if you'd like to carry on. Want to carry on?
Yeah. 5 more minutes for the audience.
We've got our audience online. Right, well I think I know what the moves were in this game versus Hawkins, so we're going to resume the benefit of the audience online. The audience in the Aberystwyth Conference Centre will slowly filter back, that's good. That bishop e4 move, we didn't like it, I still don't like it now. I just think that it doesn't really achieve much. What is the point of putting the bishop there? So without labouring that, I think Hawkins now went rook d8, if I'm not mistaken. And White put his queen on b3. Now, when I see that, I think of a move like queen a3 in the wings.
Yeah.
And then I think Hawkins played knight f5, if I'm not mistaken, which is a very sharp move.
Yeah, I think if you White goes g4, the motivation is queen into h3, g into f5, queen g4 check, picking up that bishop on e4.
Let's see that. g4 looks like it wins a piece, but no, the queen comes into h3. And when White takes the knight, as Ravi says, queen to g4 check, picking off the loose bishop. However, for a moment, it looks as though White might be getting somewhere. However, the thing is that when he goes queen a3,
playing the game, and Black played bishop c8, and
bishop
I like
c8.
Black's position quite a lot now.
Well, I think it's getting to the moment where I've got to play b4.
But isn't black now well set because the knight on f5 could come to d6 and hit the bishop?
I think black is better set than he was before, that's for sure. White's allowed him some time. He's spent a lot of time moving the queen around and that bishop coming to e4. And it just seems amazing to me that black has actually got his rook to a central file before white. It's amazing that Richard is leaving his rook on f1.
Yeah, and I think that if you play b4 now.
Well, I think I've just got to get that rook out, Ravi. I think
no,
rook e1 first.
No, b4. One possible scenario is knight d6, hitting the bishop.
Yeah, true. No, I think Richard's going to go rook e1. I don't see anything better. And that actually does threaten g4.
Yeah,
because then your bishop will not be hanging.
Yeah, I will be playing knight d6 now.
Knight d6.
Hitting the bishop. And then my next move is possibly king f7.
And you're on that pawn. You just get the feeling that Richard's losing the thread of this game, don't you?
Yeah.
He's lost the thread of it. You know, he had nice initiative here. And all he needed to do really was to put his rook on e1 and just keep things on the boil. But bishop e4, the queen moved to a3. It all looks very slow, and black's reorganising. I don't see anything better in this position than rook e1 and keep the game going. White's a pawn down, black's a bit passive. Still going to take black some time to reorganise himself. See what the engine thinks. Yeah, rook e1. It says it's equal, Ravi. It's saying this position is equal.
Yeah, but we can see black is the one who's made a lot of progress, isn't he? I mean, he's got this lovely move, knight d6, hitting the pawn on c4. His only problem is the knight on a6 can't come out. And I think that, you know...
It's certainly a position where I think if black wanted a draw, he could offer one and Perk would accept. Because white has serious chances to lose this game. No, I think he's going to play rook e1. I mean, I'll be frank. Don't know what the engine says. You don't need an engine to tell you.
And then
you've got to get your rook into the game.
Do I just play knight d6 and hit on your bishop?
Yeah, rook e1, knight d6, and then
bishop d3. Otherwise, we won't be able to. And then I just get bishop to b7, isn't it? That's the main problem. Bishop gets deployed on the wrong diagonal. You are in trouble.
It's annoying, certainly. All right, well, on with the show. So, bishop c8 and Richard Pert's thinking. Hal Hebden, we've had a few more moves in this encounter. Yeah, so the bishop just captured on c4.
Yeah.
And we were expecting black to play h6, just securing his queen.
I think, so what was the competition that we said
the competition was to get black's next move.
And so it was queen g6, so someone in the audience did.
Who said queen g6? Is he still here? Okay, he will have to be claiming his prize a bit later on then. So queen to g6. Okay, does that threaten anything at all?
No, just general move, freeing that, and then queen g6, knight h4.
Yeah.
Queen g4 offering exchange. Knight f3 back, declining the exchange.
So Hebden could repeat the position.
And now we have a competition move here.
All right, competition move. Competition move.
If you have seen during the break, you might have. If you have seen it, you know, you can't enter. Otherwise, you could have.
Are we running out of prizes? We'll have to replenish the stock. All right. So what did Hebden play? I think I know what he played. So I'm in a position to win this competition, hands down. But hopefully you don't, and you're going to guess. If you've seen the move played in the tournament hall, then don't enter. What would you play if you were black in this position?
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6 to neutralise the bishop on c4. A very sensible suggestion, but it was not played.
Yeah, king to h8.
King to h8, and what is the motivation behind that? You want to play f5 and blow Howl off the board. Right, I see. Well, that's a noble sentiment. That's exactly what Black did. Right, okay, congratulations. So you win one of these prizes, the ever dwindling stock of prizes here. Round of applause there, good.
Thank you.
Pleasure, pleasure. May you learn from that book.
Got one behind you.
You better ask him. Reggio Media 1923, I think. Right, okay, so King h8. He just wants to blow Howl away with f5. So what did Howl play? He played h3. Standard move. More books are arriving as we speak. A never-ending stock of prizes this week. Let's see if we can give them away.
So we don't have.
Black played Queen h5. White played Bishop e3. And now here is a clear sign that Hebden wants to. No exchanges, sir. Sorry. You can sell that book to us if you like. Okay.
Okay, Queen g4. So knight f3, king h8.
Bishop e3.
h3, bishop queen h3, queen h5, bishop e3, f5. That shows ambition, isn't it? Ambition to win this game for Black.
Is it any good though?
Hungarian Grandmaster slowly is Black okay. I'm just trying to show this in the Hungarian defence. I see the Hungarian defence playing.
You don't often see the Hungarian defence. That's for a jolly good reason. It's very passive.
So
Right.
f5 played.
Hebden's trying to sharpen up the Hungarian defence. This could a noble but perhaps fruitless task. So he takes f5.
He takes f5, bishop takes f5.
Right. So this is obviously. Did he play bishop takes?
Bishop f5.
Right,
And
so
then g4 doesn't work because bishop into g4, h into g4, queen into g4 check, king moves.
That's the
over
second time you tried to make White play a suicide g4 move. You tried to make Richard Pert play a few minutes ago. Now you want Howl to play it. Eh? Yeah, well that last round will be terminated if he plays g4.
So knight d4 played.
Knight d4.
Yeah,
So he's
sharp
insisting on the exchange of queens.
Queen into e2.
I mean, this was the issue with f5, really. I mean, the thing is that f5 has really weakened Black's pawn on e5, hasn't it? So if Hebden, agrees to all these exchanges, he's just going to end up with a bad ending.
Yeah.
I would have thought f5 is a sort of move. You look at it, you say, oh, no, he really wants to win this game, but that could be a losing move, couldn't it? Against somebody like Howl, what are the chances of an attack succeeding here? What's wrong with White's position? It seems very well balanced to me. The king doesn't seem weak. Black's never going to get a bishop h3 cheapo going. You can forget about that against David Howe. And so moving the knight, knight g5 looks a good move. I don't know about what's wrong with that.
Yeah.
He played knight d4.
Knight d4.
So he's forcing exchanges.
So queen into e2.
Right. Well, surely Hebden's played that under worse circumstances. This queen exchange. Knight takes e2.
And then Hebden goes coming to e4.
Yeah.
Then bishop b5.
Yeah.
Now knight e7. And the motivation is if you play bishop b7, rook b8, and rook into b2. Bishop b3 back. And bishop g6 back. And the only drawback in this position for Black is that pawn on e4. And how is Howell going to get?
Yeah, but that's quite a big drawback, isn't it? I mean, it's also making the bishop on g6 passive. What would I do? First of all, I would plonk my knight in on either e6 or b5. So let's move that guy up the board.
Do you want me to play? Do you want to play knight d4 now?
I want you to start groveling now, Ravi. Groveling. My knight is coming. And I'm not joking.
And bishop f7.
Bishop f7. But okay, I'm very happy to swap off Let's get those pieces off the board, boy. Get them off.
Okay, the other thing I can do is knight d4, knight f5.
You change your mind now?
Yeah, knight d4, knight f5.
Don't
You
blame
can
me.
sit on e6, but nothing's going to happen.
Well, what's wrong if I just continue my policy of hoovering everything off?
Yeah, you can.
I will. Take.
Knight f5, bishop f5.
Rook d2.
And you're not having any entry along the d file.
Do I need entry?
Yeah. No, but how are you going to make any progress?
You'll find out.
So knight d4 played in the game, and knight f5.
A magician doesn't reveal his secrets. Mind you, I haven't seen exactly how I'm going to make progress. There'll be some way.
So I think
I've only got to remove the pillar of the community
I
there.
Yeah,
Easy.
I shouldn't take with bishop f5. I should take rook f5. Then.
But you're swapping off. That's what I'm saying. I think after knight d4, you know, white can force trades, and every trade is bringing him closer to that lovely endgame.
So knight f5, rook f5.
I'm sure, I don't know, turn the computer on, I'm going to say it's plus 0.80 for white. I was close. Well, getting warmer, there you are. Nice little plus for white, which you can work with. Because black can't really trade the pieces, that's the issue. I think that f5 by move by Hebden was just over ambitious. Everybody throws their hands up in the air and says, yes, come on, Mark. And then they find out it's a lousy move. They disappear into obscurity, never to be seen again. You know, all the cheerleaders. F5 is a bad move.
Yeah.
And will probably lead to Hebden's defeat. Because the problem with this position is that black can never win. Yes. I could show you if we had a few hours, but we don't. That's all right. I mean, I don't know. It looks to me as though black's position is just a little bit worse here, but it's not life-threatening.
So can
I mean, F6 or something like that. F6, I don't know. F6 and just play solidly, bring the queen back, and then go bishop e6. I mean, it's pretty boring stuff, but F5, sorry, don't like it. So, any moves by white here?
No.
So Howe has slowed down to his usual crawl, and
He's played knight d4.
he played it while
Yeah.
the head was in trouble.
And then black played knight f5.
Yeah.
And he's thinking now. The one question I wanted to ask is, if you play knight f5, can I play rook f5?
Rook f5. Right. I'm going to carry on with my extremely dull policy of heading for the endgame. So I mean, I didn't even think about that, whether that's the best move or not.
Then bishop f7.
You lose your
I've
rook.
got nagging moves like bishop c2. Yeah.
You lose your rook, my friend. Horrible. I mean, white can just routinely trade everything off, can't it?
So
Probably
now-
the best endings are like one bishop.
Yeah.
King and pawn ending looks lost. Bishop ending with the white square bishops looks lost. Versus the only endgame black can draw is probably a single rook endgame or endgame with dark squared bishops on. No, I think it's just too easy for white. So what do you do then? Is that it?
He's played knight f5, and
Yeah.
Captain is thinking.
He's probably regretting the day he ever went.
We have a result in board number 3.
Well, I would be incredulous if it was anything other than a draw. So let's see the moves then, because I believe he did play his Queen C7 plan, didn't he?
No, he played queen
27,
c7, a5,
Yes, we saw.
b4, ab4, ab4,
Yes.
safe move king g7,
Yeah.
b5,
Yeah.
and now h4.
You suggested King F6, didn't you?
Yeah, but h4 is equally safe. You know, you're not going to force me to change it.
What do you play now? Queen D8 or Queen C6?
Queen d8, queen f6, queen c7, Queen A1 check, King H2, Queen F6 back, King G1, Queen A1 check back, King H2, Queen F6. Don't think he can do anything there, isn't it? Even if you play Queen C6, I don't need to.
Well, we've looked at this position before, haven't we? There's nothing to be done. White can't seem to gang up on the advanced black pawns. I mean, even in this position, White's pawns are quite weak. We said that if the black queen could ever get into E1, it could cause problems. Well, Arthur's found a way of creating problems for White from a different square. So an indescribably boring game, and one which really wouldn't suit either of them. The result does not suit them. That costs them money. Yes.
If somebody plays this against you, I mean, what do you play if you're playing for a win?
Well, professional consultations are available after the event. I'm sure my rates are very reasonable. You know, getting Chessbase and clicking on the reference tab is probably quite a good idea, and they'll give you all the statistics. But it is a rather tough nut to crack. I mean, Hedda didn't need to take on D5, did he? He made it boring.
But the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, from Kurt's point of view, you know, he must have some idea of what to do against.
Well, obviously not. No, he set the tone by taking on D5. He set all this up. You know, I mean, you're playing black against Pert. This is a very tough ask. So you can't blame Keith Arkle for playing like that.
The only person who beat Keith Arkle was Jack. I mean, that was round 2 game where he got beaten, and then he's made. Oh, he's also lost to. He's lost 1 game, as I can see, and then he's just played.
So how many points have they finished with? 7.5 each.
Yeah.
Okay, it's about 500 quid then. He defaulted around, didn't he? Yeah.
You know what that was?
Sorry?
You know what that was?
Why? He was playing in the seniors championships in Lithuania, and he couldn't fit it in.
So what is the record for winning the British? Is it 10 scored by anyone?
Well, I know that was it Mestel got 9.5 once. I'm sure Hodgson must have got very close to that in the 90s.
How went a terrific score last year?
Yeah, he didn't get 10, did he? I can't remember the last person to have got 10. Has anybody got 10 before? 10 out of 11. Did Penrose ever get 10? I'm not sure. Don't think so. 10 is a massive score, isn't it? Puts into context Fisher's 11 out of 11 in the USA Championship in 1963. Or wherever it was, 1963 I think it was. All right, well, let's move on from that game. I don't think I ever want to see that game again. And now we move back to Williams versus Harrier, which actually has gone in a completely different direction to what we thought it might. Now, please bear in mind, whatever happens in this game, that White can just win a pawn here. He can easily settle for just bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and then the computer was suggesting that even f takes g4 was better than queen takes, knight takes g4. And the idea being, when you take this, you put your queen on f2, you put your pawn on g3, king on b1, and he's going to probably suffer some real serious pressure on the f5. So that's better than even better than winning a pawn with knight takes g4, which was also a solid pawn up. Now then, whatever happens in this game, please bear that in mind, because Williams rejected this continuation. All right, now let's see it then, please.
He played knight d5.
Right, so this is forcing bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6.
Yeah.
cd5.
Right, so White is what? 1, 2, 3, 3 moves away from mate. Queen a6, bishop a4, bishop c6.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is clearly his idea. Now, can Black defend himself?
Black played Black played gf3.
gf3, right? Can he really afford that? Let's see.
And now he played g3, surprising move. So 9.
Okay, so just trying to figure out what's going on here.
But he doesn't want to play gf3 when there's an outpost on f4, isn't it? He just wanted to. He feels he's comfortable enough in recovering that pawn.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if I've just rejected that easy win of a pawn, I want mate. I don't want to hang around here. I want to checkmate the guy. So, I mean, I have to be satisfied before I go for this that it's checkmate. Now, has Williams missed that black can recuperate by giving some check on the dark squares? I don't know, either of those squares, and then going queen g4. That's the defensive idea, isn't it? If he gives a check on a6, let's say, king b8, bishop a4.
Knight e7.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. Check, king moves, and then queen g4, and you don't mate. So that's the defensive idea.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back then. So what is his idea?
I think he saw some visions of mate, but I think black managed to as resources. So after g3, it was knight e7.
But that is desperate stuff because it doesn't even stop queen g5 and queen g4.
Yeah, queen a6 check played.
Yeah.
King to b8, bishop a4.
Has to be, so check. Let's get the queen
Queen
back.
g5 check, king, rook d2.
Queen g4.
Queen g4, rook e1, queen c8 back, saying you either exchange or queen takes c8, king takes c8, rook f2, f5. And then he's played rook into f3, rook d to f8, rook e to f1, and you know he's gone to that endgame, which I don't like at all, isn't it?
I just cannot understand why he would ever reject that other line for this.
Why did white play g3 rather than g takes f3, which stops the queen coming back from g4 to c8?
So this
Well, now
Yeah, he's going to spend a move on the king side, and this is the move to spend, isn't it?
it would appear so.
should I play king b8? See, I can, yeah, king b8, yeah.
Well, you've probably got to, haven't you?
Yeah, you can't go queen a6, I think. King b8 is removed.
I can't go queen a6 because of what?
Because queen f3, queen g4.
That just recuperates, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't understand the way this game's gone. It's like he's going for broke.
There's definitely a slightly Williams style to go for this rather than say pawn.
Well, is it? Not really. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not convinced. So this is the position in the game, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's looking okay? Rook f6. I don't know. Maybe white's still better.
And then rook f6 played.
Yep.
And then he's saying that if you take on f5, he's going to double up and.
Well, I can play c4 first, can't I?
Yeah. So I think, you know, clearly being a pawn up didn't appeal to Simon Williams. So he went to this line hoping there would be some kind of a mate and a quick finish.
Well, he may be still winning a pawn, might he? Is he not still winning a pawn in a different way?
Yeah. I mean, if I play rook h8, then I can play.
No, c4.
c4, rook h8.
Yeah.
You're not winning this one after f4.
f4, yeah. Bishop c2, f4.
f4. And I think, you know, that's the point I'm making there, isn't it? Right. We have a result on the top board.
It's got to be a draw.
It has to be a draw, and it is a draw, but it went on very exciting. Where I thought that Hawkins was better in the final position, but he said now, you know, I'm just going to accept a draw. British champion.
Well,
Whether it's going to be joint or not, it's going to depend on Howell's game. And I think he's hoping that Hebden would find a miraculous draw there. And, you know, he's capable of playing that endgame. That's what he's hoping.
So what happened then? Bishop c8?
So, Bishop c8, you are in move number
23.
23 bishop c8.
Did do an anticlimax then?
No, yeah, queen a4 played. Knight d6.
As you suggested a long
Yeah,
time ago.
yeah, bishop c6. I don't like that bishop on c6. Bishop c6, king f8, rook d1.
Oh, he's remembered to move his rook.
Rook d1, queen f7. And there is a lot of visions there where white is threatening something like knight b8 and the bishop is a bit problematic. And so white played a3 and offered a draw. And I think Hawkins looked at the position. I think it's, being joint British champion is, British champion of Britain. And you're sharing it with, if Howell wins, you're sharing with a very, very, very strong grandmasters. What's wrong with it?
So nobody else can catch them, just Howell.
Howell is the only person who can catch them.
Yeah.
So the final position,
Is not in that position, right?
In the final position,
Yeah.
my plan there is what I thought was in that position. I know my weak.
The
piece is
computers
knight on
come round
h8.
to better for
It's
black.
better for black there. But I think I need to organize some protection for the rook on d8, which is, I think, is the key.
It says considerably better for black after knight b8.
Yeah.
When white's position has to proceed to the terminus on a8.
So knight b8, bishop e4, what happens?
Sorry?
If you go knight b8, I play bishop e4. Oh, you have this bishop d7 in
Bishop e4.
What do you play now?
Well, it's got bishop b7 there.
Yeah, I mean, even that's better, isn't it?
I mean, since he played bishop e4, there's been no progress made whatsoever, has there? It was this was really the turning point where white started to fiddle about, didn't he? With his bishop, he's fiddling around with his bishop e4, fiddling about queen b3 to a3.
Yeah.
Not really making any inroads. I mean, you have to say he's lucky to get a draw.
Yeah.
It's only the situation in the tournament that allows him to offer a draw and Hawkins to accept, because if this is a normal game, black will play on.
Yeah, black will play on. Knight b8 looks normal move.
What have you got to lose? You're now a pawn up.
Yeah, knight b8, and then you are also forcing the exchange of bishop e4, bishop b7. I can't play bishop h7, can I?
Bishop where?
No. Now, if you play knight b8, bishop e4, bishop b7, bishop h7, that's like I'm going off the tangent there.
You are, Ravi. It's sitting here too long.
So
Okay, so draw. What a shame. Okay, well now we revert to Howell versus Hebden, and
already,
either of them have to win.
already I see that Howell is like
Getting on top, probably.
heading on top of Hebden, and he's gonna win this one.
But he played f5, crazy.
So knight f5 was the last move.
Yeah,
Knight takes f5, bishop takes f5.
yeah.
Knight takes f5, rook takes f5.
Sorry, what did he take back with?
Knight takes f5, rook into f5.
All right. I
Bishop
suggested,
d5, powerful move.
right.
Rook back to f8.
That's a fork.
Rook d2.
Yeah.
Rook
Still-
b8, protecting the pawn.
Which rook?
Rook a to b8.
Yeah.
Rook e1. He's gone at 6. And I don't know how he's going to defend against bishop d4 now. Is that too much of a powerful move there?
Well, can I go bishop f4 after that?
And then if I double the rooks on the
Your rook is on pre. Your bishop's on pre on d5.
If the rook went to b8 instead of
No, he played rook. You got the wrong position there.
It's
So
not my
what
fault.
have you played?
You said rook d8.
No, rook b8, protecting the pawn. Rook a to b8.
You really must go to a course on BBC English. Honestly, just like the way I speak.
Get your hearing tested, sir. Okay, so rook a to b8, protecting that pawn. And now
Rook e1.
yeah, he's played rook e1, h6, and the next move is rook d1, and I can see clearly that pawn on e4 disappearing.
Rook d e2.
Yeah, that pawn on e4 is disappearing.
Well, it hasn't disappeared yet.
Well, you can't defend anything, can you?
I didn't go f5, did I? No, this is miserable.
Can you defend that pawn?
I don't see a way to just
And I
White's
think-
going to just take that pawn off.
And I think that's going to be the big difference, is it? You know, White has got moves like bishop a7, kick the rook out, and then back to bishop d4. Then when the rook goes to back a, you know, he's going to win this pawn on.
There's something wrong with c6.
Yeah, the only thing that's kind of is Howellis has 1 minute and 15 seconds for his move. He's in
Is
slight
that
time-
short?
It's slight time pressure.
Well, I say he does go c6. I mean, I really don't like it, but at least it stops him from taking the pawn off straight away. Can I just reroute the bishop to c2?
Yeah.
No heroics here. You
Yeah.
see, that's weakened the black queenside pawns really badly, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So, for instance, the bishop could slot into b6, and then the a5 pawn is weak as well. You've still got the same issues. For instance, if you defend here, I come back, what can you do?
Can I play rook e5? Or then you've got bishop d4.
I'm afraid that pawn is going down the drain. And once it goes, I think this will be a terrible long endgame for Hebden. And misery at the end. So let's just see what the computer thinks. It's looking plus 77, plus 78. Nearly a pawn. Mark's going to be hacked off at this because he hasn't really given him much of a game, has he?
Well, I mean, White has everything to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. White has everything to play for. Black is just toiling.
Yeah, and I think that late breakfast has helped out, isn't it? He's going to be more energy to go on with this one. He had his energy. He had his breakfast about 9:30. You know, I mean.
All right, well, that is the situation as it stands. So we've got a draw on board one, Pert versus Hawkins. Hawkins goes to at least joint British champion. The winner of this game will join him as joint British champion. And at this moment in time, it looks very much as though it's going to be David Howe.
It looks like.
I don't think Hebden's ever going to win this game. That's the problem with this position. He's never, ever going to win unless a very serious mistake happens or Howe loses on time. Again, that's unlikely, isn't it? Because he seems to be a wizard at quick play. Pert versus Arkle was best left alone. And Williams versus Harrier is our best chance of an exciting game.
Yeah, but
So, can we go back to F5?
Yeah, there are a few more moves.
All right.
So
Rook F3, Rook DF8, Rook EF1, Rook F6.
And now when C4,
C4.
Rook HF8,
Yeah.
B4,
B4.
King D8, King D2,
King where?
King D2,
D2, yeah.
and then F4,
F4.
now Bishop C6. So he's going after the pawn on A7, isn't it?
If you say so.
I mean, I can play knight C8, but that's probably not what this is all about, is it? So what happens if I just play knight C6, pawn into C6, King E7,
Well, that's what I was thinking. Why don't we take this and go king here?
and then if you go rook to A3 and then F into G3, rook F6, edge G3, and then, you know, you're losing the A pawn, but so that's possibly his thinking on that, but
Well, how's this endgame? I take this off on F4. Black takes with the rook, yes? Rook takes.
I've taken the pawn, isn't it?
Yes. And now come to blockade the pawn. Isn't this better for white?
Yeah, possibly, yeah, something like this. But I don't think it's
Because white's going to blockade the pawn with his king and try and get the rook in.
yeah.
Rook G1 and then come in. So maybe it's not that easy for Ravi Harrier. I mean, white's plan, as Ravi says, is to swing the rook across to A3 and target that pawn on A7. Do you know, I think the best move might be just to try and sit there with knight c8. Because what is white doing here?
I don't see that. Well, I think it's too early to take on c6, isn't it? That's the main plan. So what happens if I just play the radical knight g8? My intention is to free my rooks. And then you go rook a3, and then I play fg3, and then you've got to play rook f6. And that could be possibly...
Ah, knight takes.
Yeah.
Nice idea.
Yeah.
But does that work? Just about. So that was knight g8. Amazing move. Very nice idea. So I've got to take this pawn, haven't I? So what do you do? Take with the rook?
So knight g8 in principle sets up that f into g3 freeing theme, and you can't play g4 for that, is it? I mean, black will get, so you can't do anything. Knight g8 is a good idea there.
So gf4, one pair of rooks off?
Yeah, rook f4, pawn f4. And then possibly now king
Okay, same again.
King e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the principal problem. So maybe ef4, I should play ef4, keep rook on f6.
Take the pawn.
Yeah, and then you go rook to a3.
I'll probably play rook g1 in this position.
So he is looking for some kind of tricks in this position, doesn't he? So gf4 is a threat, but he's put the bishop on c6. More inclined to take on c6 because, and then take by
King e7.
Yeah.
But then takes.
Take by pawn.
Take with the pawn.
Yeah. And then you
Well,
go
rook a3 again.
Rook a3 again. Rook g8.
It's going to get sharp, isn't it? If you do that, I could take on a7.
And then rook g2 check.
All right.
Yeah, and I think that's what. Yeah.
It's probably what Williams is playing for, because if he goes king e d8, we go check and rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really help at all.
Yeah, and I think I don't like this move king c8. So should I just say that I accept that? Okay, if he puts the king back on b8, he's.
So white is posing black a few practical problems. Bear in mind, he could have gone to some sort of middle game stroke end game and pawn up for nothing. Instead, he's trying to play a complicated position, which is a little bit baffling, isn't it?
Yeah, and adding to that is that you can see that Ravi Haria is in some kind of time pressure, isn't it? He's got 10 minutes and 27.
Well, there's 6 moves left. It's not too bad. There's extra 3 minutes, don't forget, added on for the moves.
Yeah.
Well, black's got a difficult decision to make. Should he take that bishop, or if he doesn't take it, should he play your suggestion, knight g8, which seemed pretty sensible? We go to the boards. Well, the computer's liking knight c6. It's even liking a5. What about that for a solution? a5. With the idea that if white takes it, we take on c6. Sorry. First, we take on c6 now. And now take on a5. How about this for a solution, Ravi?
Yeah. Looks. So if I take on f4, you're going to take twice, is it?
If you take on f4,
yeah. Isn't my king reaching that pawn before?
Well, let's just see. Take on f4, rook takes, pawn takes. I suppose the point is white's got a lot of weaknesses himself, hasn't he? In fact, he's got 5 isolated pawns. They don't come much weaker than that, but the pawn on c6 is a bit annoying from black's perspective. Black's not worse here, is he, Ravi? This endgame, no way.
Yeah.
So maybe that is an interesting solution. a5. I mean, I don't think he'll play it, but I think that is an interesting way of doing it.
Well, he is still thinking.
Because how does White make progress here?
8 minutes
If
left.
he goes after the pawn, we take this now, and Black gets his rook active, doesn't he?
So I think
Takes, rook takes. I mean, I can clearly check and take. No, my king should be able to deal with the pawn. So what about a check? Take this off. He gives check.
so.
And
Can
then
you offer a
comes in.
competition move here? What would Ravi Haria play with 8 minutes?
Yeah, we can have a competition. Why not? We haven't given away a book for at least 5 minutes. So the position is Bishop C6. What will Ravi Haria play? Okay. Whilst you're thinking about that, we come to our 4th English Chess Federation Forum competition for this morning, or this afternoon as it's now become. We've already had 3 questions. The last one was who won the first British Chess Championship to be held in Aberystwyth in 1955. So I hope all of you have been entering at the English Chess Federation Forum. My next question is about the English Chess Forum, the one that is separate from the English Chess Federation Forum. Who set that up? Who is the main initiator of the English Chess Forum? Who is the main moderator there? What is his name? When you've got that answer, all you have to do is enter at the English Chess Federation Forum, and a moderator will contact you if you have won one of the many valuable prizes. Right, okay. Yes, please. You're going for A5, okay? You're going for knight takes bishop, yes?
Knight G6.
Knight G6.
Knight C8.
Knight C8. Anybody else? Yes, please. Knight G8. Okay, I'm willing to take a last entry for any other move. Who's going to go for? Okay, there you are. No, you've gone for any other move. That was my generosity coming through there. You can have any other move. Any other move that Black plays apart from the ones mentioned, on the simple basis that there aren't any other moves, which are sensible. So, all right. Any moves from Ravi there?
No, he's thinking.
Okay, Ravi's.
He's down to 6 minutes now.
It's not an easy position actually. If I had to plump for a move, once I'd seen A5 was possible, I might be tempted to go for it.
Yeah.
I suppose you could. Can you invert the moves here? Takes A5. Is that a better or worse way to do it?
Okay. How about knight G6?
Who said knight G6? Somebody said that, didn't they? Yes, our friend in the front row.
Yeah. So can I go knight G6 in that? I know I'm going.
You were perfectly.
The point I'm making for rook A3 is that now I can take on G3.
I see. That makes a lot of sense. Black's got his pieces
and then rook
protected.
F6, rook F6. And
Yeah.
And then you probably play rook G3.
You've got to cater for this pawn. Rook G3.
Yeah. And
Well, what I like about this way for you is you've got your knight into the game.
But that bishop on C6 is quite strong. And
Well, is it strong or is it weak? It could be right out of play, you know. Is that so clear? Now I go A5. Now I start to like Black's position once I get my knight in. I think this could turn in Black's favour, this one.
okay. He has played a move now, Ravi Haria. He's played knight into C6.
He played knight takes bishop.
Yeah.
Okay, who went for knight takes bishop? Okay, there we are, sir. Right, congratulations. Round of applause for our friend there. I would offer you how to be lucky in chess, but I think the author's still in the audience, so that might be a bit embarrassing. Oh, he is still in the audience. Okay, we can't have that. You can have a signed copy. Anything there? Anything there? Yes, congratulations. Okay. So he went for knight takes C6, all right? D takes C6.
And I think he's going to play king E7 next move. And then if you play rook A3, rook A8, just cool defense and play on.
Yeah, but that's not the way to play rook endings, Arabi, is it? To put your rook on A8.
Yeah, but this is at least he's He's put his king in the middle.
For cool's defence, substitute passive defence.
Yeah, but you know, how are you going to make progress until you put the rook on a3?
Well, let's find out. So here, rook a.
Rook a.
You really think he's going to do that?
And then.
Right, I'm going to revert to my plan. Then I'll take that off.
Take with the pawn. Take with. Yeah, take with the pawn. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Getting king e6. Look at, oh, you're coming king f3 as well. So that's the point that, you know, when the rook, white rook gets...
One day you'll live to regret that rook on a8. I don't like that move, knight takes c6. But I wonder whether he's going to play a5 now. He should, by analogy, play that move, surely. But in the other, I'd much preferred your move knight g6, because black kept his knight. I don't like the idea of giving up that knight for that bishop.
I think if white plays if black plays a5, take.
Yeah.
Rook a3.
Yeah. Take on g3.
Take on b3.
He has to take. And now what? Yes, but with what?
Simplistic and take the pawn.
Take with a pawn, yes, okay. Well, now I have a little bit of time, so let's give it a little check, shall we? I don't think white's winning this. Because the problem is if the white king comes forward, I can hit you with rook g2, and then you're a bit stymied for moves. Yeah, but if he comes king e3, the problem is I go rook c2. And you see, if white loses the pawn on c6, then all his advantage disappears, and suddenly black, you know, can think in terms of winning this.
So you played king e7 there.
Pardon? He played king e7.
He played king e7.
He obviously doesn't want to
He's got
play.
3 minutes left on the clock.
He really doesn't want to go a5.
Yeah.
That might cost him.
Right. Okay. So can we jump back to board 1, board number 2?
Board 1's finished.
Yeah.
You
Board
can go
2.
there if you like, but
You can
there's
jump
not a lot
back.
of action there.
You can jump back, but I don't think anything is.
Play will resume on board 1 in 364 days' time. Right, okay.
Right,
So-
okay. So it's Howard against Hebden.
Right, let's look at it from the other side. It looks horrible from black side. I think he's just going to lose this guy here. So, come on then.
Okay, so which move are we in?
29, rook de2.
He played rook fd8.
Rook fd8, yes. As good as anything.
Yeah, and then bishop to b3.
So, bishop b3.
Yeah.
That's a very good.
I don't understand why bishop b3.
Oh, get it away from me.
Some discovered attack with a bishop.
And then Hebden played b4.
I mean, he's going for opposite colour bishops in the endgame. He's going for bishop h2 check and get opposite colour bishops on the board.
No, I
There's
can't
probably-
see what's wrong. Oh, there's this bishop h2 check. That was the threat. So rook
I'm glad
fd8,
that you've woken up to see that.
bishop b3,
So bishop b3, yes.
b5,
Woo!
a takes b5, rook takes b5, bishop a4, rook e5, and now he could have won the pawn with bishop d4, but he didn't go for that. I don't know, bishop d4 could have won the pawn. I don't know what is he thinking. So he played bishop d4 there. Rook e6 was played, and I don't know. Yeah, rook e6 was played, and then bishop back to b3.
Yep,
Rook to e7.
yep.
Rook to a1, hitting on that pawn.
I mean, it's all about black's pawn structure. You know, white's got 2 pawn islands, black's got 4 pawn islands,
Yeah.
3 isolated pawns. There should be some way to win at pawn here for white.
Yeah, and then
Maybe it was if he plays bishop c2, which is what you had in mind.
yeah,
He just went,
Here.
yeah, c5 holds the pawn e4.
It does, but those pawns,
I know that.
they're becoming weaker and weaker as they advance. But nevertheless, he hasn't lost a pawn yet.
Yeah.
And who's to say he can't pound down on that one? Well, let's wait and see. So Rook A1 was played. What did poor old Hebden do? He's suffering here.
He played Bishop E5. Bishop went back to E3.
Yeah.
And he played Rook E7, threatening some Rook D1 check.
Okay.
And then White went G3.
Sport.
And I think the main thing is if you go Rook A8, you're even worse, aren't you?
Was worse than it has been for me. Well, White still hasn't won that pawn. That's the best that can be said for Black's cause. But he will. He will win a pawn. I'm willing to.
So G3 played, and
bet at least
36
one
seconds
shekel on
left.
that. Sorry?
36 seconds left for Howell.
Yeah, but he gets 30 seconds for every move. I think this is an optical illusion, these 36 seconds, you know.
And now Hebden has just played Rook A8.
Yeah, defending.
And I think we're going to see a very, very long struggle in this game. Because, you know, if
we certainly won't be here at the end of it.
If you manage to win this one, it's for the British title, isn't it? I mean.
Yeah, it's a long, long game. And Hebden's not going to win it.
So G3, Rook A8.
Yeah, I've got those.
Yeah, and then now Bishop C2, targeting.
He's finally coming back to that pawn. Will he win it?
Bishop C2, that's move number 38.
Hebden has performed heroics, keeping. I mean, I don't know, he hasn't lost a pawn yet, really. It's been miraculous defence.
How does he hold it?
What? Very good question.
No, White.
Oh, no, White doesn't want to touch those pawns yet. He wants to win a... We'll win a pawn first, then we'll have a look around.
I think his main threat now is Rook A4 and then Bishop E4, isn't it? So that's his main threat. How do you defend against that?
With a great difficulty.
You can go back Rook E7 and then I go Rook A4. I've optimized another rook to an A4.
Rook A4, I mean, you've got to get some counterplay against the pawn at B2. But I think he's just losing a pawn. That is it, isn't it? Right, let's just check it out. Plus 1.47, 1.5, that is not nice. That means he's going to go a pawn down quite soon, and he could easily lose all his pawns on the queen side. He could end up 2 pawns down. He's got 2 pawns on the queen side.
Sorry, can't see it.
No, well. So this is a really unpleasant position for Black due to his 3 isolated pawns. And there really doesn't appear to be any defence whatsoever to White just taking one of those pawns. And the major threat, as Ravi says, simply Rook A4 and take this pawn. That's it. Rook on E2 is admirable, defending everything. So let me try and upset your apple cart. Bishop A5. Bishop H5. I mean, I could probably take the pawn on E4 anyway. I'd probably take that. Anyway, Bishop H5. I don't know. It's clutching at straws.
He played Bishop C2. He hasn't made any move. But I've just seen the results there. We have a new British woman champion.
Right. We're only 2 in the tournament, so you've got a 50% chance of guessing it right.
So I think she's Amy.
Amy, yep.
Amy B, and rated 1950, and I think she's got the highest points because the only other challenger has lost her game today, so that makes her the British women champion straight away. And I think I was fortunate to watch her play last night when I just came back into Nipip, and I was looking at a position there where she was playing Black, and the person playing across her was worried, and I said, why? You know, I mean, chess player, I just think, why is he worried? And then she played this one move, D6 trapping piece, and then immediately he resigned, you know, so that possibly put her in a very comfortable position today. So 4.5 points and still playing, but position looks tricky for her. She's lost.
I thought you said she was the champion. Can't the other girl catch her up?
No, she lost today. The
Oh,
other
that's
girl
right.
lost.
Okay, fine. All right, that's a nice.
So we have
position to
a
be.
brand new British woman champion, and who I think, based on her score, based on she's fought every game, and I think she's a worthy champion there to make it up to there. And she's still playing. You know, she's still like 3-5 pawn down. She's still fighting her game. You know, it's quite shows a lot of you know, good positive approach.
Maybe there's an argument for a separate women's championship with only women, you know, because no, but I mean with all play all or something, you know, top 10 players. Sorry, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of 2 players, and then somebody gets the title, you know.
There was an occasion there was none at all.
Okay, let's not get into that. Let's not get into that because you know it's a controversial topic. What happened in Howe versus Hebden? But anyway, congratulations to her. Anyway, nevertheless, I mean, she only could do what you could do.
So Rook K4, Bishop C2, Bishop F6, and now in comes Rook A4.
Right, what move 32?
Yeah,
With 38, Bishop C2.
Bishop F6.
Okay, Bishop F6. Yep.
And now my move that I predicted, Rook A4, multitasking move.
Well done,
Rook
Ravi.
on A4, keeps an eye on the E4 pawn, keeps an eye on the A5 pawn. I think that's optimum position there. You know, it's just performing. So, and then now Bishop Rook E7.
Something must fall here. Okay, he's still defending though.
Rook E7, and then now just Bishop C1.
Does that force
Yeah.
the win of a pawn?
Yeah.
No, but then I take on A5.
Rook B8, I take on A5.
I think he can try Rook D7, can he? You've only got to find a way of
Nah.
defending.
King G2. Your turn.
Yeah, Rook D8, King G2.
Thanks a million.
Yes.
An offer of extreme generosity. I'm not sure I want to turn in this position. Yeah, well, I mean, nothing's changed. Black's just lose a pawn. You know, that's that. Which one should he lose?
Okay.
Well, the good news is when he loses either of the A pawn or the E pawn, well, White hasn't got a passed pawn yet.
Okay. But can I try a cheap on you? Bishop F5.
You may try a cheaper. All right, Bishop F5, just a
And I
second.
expect you to play King G2.
I have to take it all in, first of all. What is he trying to do? Whenever he starts chortling like that, I know that there's some cheapo mate in store.
Yeah,
I haven't seen. All right, I'm going to fall in for it. Come on.
King G2, Bishop D7.
Bishop D7, yes, okay. Round, off the cushion to pin my rook against the king, yes.
And then if you go Rook A1 and then I go Bishop B5 as well, you know, I mean, that's something, isn't it? I mean,
You've got Bishop C6 grabbing in that position, which is actually very strong. If we get your Bishop to C6.
Right, well, having seen the depth of this extraordinary concept, I'm gonna choose another move here, King H2.
okay.
Hey? Come on, Sonny, get your cheapo in now. I invite you to enter Fort Knox. Okay. Well, it's not completely easy, is it? It's so trivial to take this pawn.
Can I say that the crucial point of now is that the time pressure is gone, and he's got this extra chunk of time coming in. Don't see, you know, the Hebden pawn.
I mean, am I actually threatening to take that pawn?
Yes.
I probably am actually.
But now try Bishop D7.
Yeah, okay, Bishop D7, all right. Well, now I'm going to take it. I've got sick of the sight of that thing. Okay, come on then.
But that's the end.
And for your next trick. Right, so it seems that in this extraordinarily difficult situation, White has to find King H2 in order to win the pawn. Not King F1 note, when you could lose your marbles. Well, somebody mentioned G4.
Well, I think that's what I wanted to do, isn't it? I mean,
Is it? Why is it?
so what I think is going to happen?
Don't change the subject. What about G4?
No, I think that what I'm hoping is that when you ultimately won the pawn on e4,
Yeah, you'll give some weaknesses on the king
yeah,
side.
black possibly can play some a4, and then there is this breakthrough with rook d1 hitting that. So Hepton has now just played king g8, no more tricks with bishop f5.
So bishop c1, king g8,
sensible
okay.
chess.
So now he can take the pawn, right? That's it.
Yeah, if
Pawn's
you play
going
bishop
down.
e4,
Yep.
bishop into e4,
Yep.
rook into e4, rook into e4.
Now which rook? I think I'll take with the a rook.
Yeah, rook into e4, rook into e4, and then one possible thing is that a4 there, but it's just a pawn down.
Well, I mean, that is true. What seems good here? I mean, I could play king f1 at any moment, can't I?
Now rook c4 first.
Why do I need to play rook c4?
Rook c4 because then his bishop.
If you go a3, I just take it. Get an outside pass.
Yeah. Solid, isn't it? So.
Oh, that allows the black king to come in, doesn't it? I don't know. You know, I mean, basically, everybody in the audience will have their own way of playing this endgame. There's no perfect way, probably, but the thing is that white's a pawn up for nothing. So this goes on for a long time, and then black loses.
Yeah.
And white's overall plan is to get a passed pawn. He hasn't got a passed pawn yet, and he'll probably just move his king up to the centre because that's what strong players do in endgames. They don't make any pawn moves. King comes up, rook positions itself on the optimal square. Then white starts making pawn moves. You know, that's a long-winded but effective procedure. So what is the actual position in the game? Rook bishop king g8. Is that the position?
Yeah, that's the position.
And Howe has now got the chunk of time, move 40 he needs. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be absolute hell on earth for black, isn't it? That's it. That's all you can say. Bishop e4. That wins a clear pawn. No tricks here. No, not even any rook pins, are there? Because I can even take this bishop. Although here, perhaps he can actually bail out into some opposite colour bishop position. So I don't really want to do that.
So we have
It might be 2 pawns down.
Beg your pardon?
Might be 2 pawns down with the 8 pawns up.
Well, he could easily, as I say, lose 2 pawns. Yes, quite easily.
So.
Right, so that is the position, and it's going to be a horrible afternoon for Mark Hebden. So in the back of his mind, he's always got the thought that, yeah, this is a completely lost position, and Howe's going to just, if he's got any sense, drag it out. Because if there is a chance to save it, it's much more unpleasant if the opponent's dragging it out, you know. So, king g8, that's it? Any more moves, or is that it?
Yeah, okay.
Right, he's thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before that, can I just say that if Howell wins that game, there's a massive difference in his price, isn't it? So, draw means you will get £2,500.
A draw?
A draw, 2,500. And if he wins that, he gets £3,750.
Right.
Everything to play for there. So.
All right. So now we move to Williams versus Harrier.
There's been quite a few moves in that position.
Yeah. Well, it had to be. Otherwise, Harrier would have lost on time. So king e7.
Right. Where did we stop?
35 king e7.
Rook a3.
Yep.
Fg3.
Yep. Okay.
Rook f6. Rook f6. King f6.
King f6.
Rook g3 back.
Yep.
And he played this rook a8, which is what I don't like.
I don't blame you for not liking it.
I did suggest that. h4.
Rook a8.
Yes.
Yeah, but you say yes as if it's the most natural move in the world. It looks horrible. It's horrible.
I do.
I don't like the way Black's played this endgame at all. So could he have done anything else? Rook takes f6. Why did he take with the rook? I mean, let's get real here. What is going on?
So the position now is
Okay, is he worried about black getting the rook, white getting the rook to c8?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously white's got to take this. Now, what do we take back with? If we took with the pawn, we go check, and that was not too bad. So he takes with the rook. I'll go and check again. Check again. Oh, I'm not going to win a pawn for long after rook g7 check. But,
So didn't we say that it was the king and pawn endgame that was bad, isn't it?
I mean,
Sorry.
what's going on here? Rook f2 check. I don't see it. Next. Okay, hits the rook, right?
No, but if you took with rook f6, it was that king and pawn endgame that was bad, wasn't it?
At what king and pawn ending? I don't get it.
So if you go back more, so rook is on a3 already. Okay.
King f6. What a weird move. So rook takes g3, and now rook a8.
Yeah.
Well, okay. If he has to play that, it's.
He wants to play a5.
Okay. So now.
So white played h4.
Yep.
Black played a5.
So h5 and rook g6 is the idea.
Yeah. Black played a5.
Yes.
And then white closed the position with b5.
Mm-hmm.
And now the rook came to e8.
Okay.
Still all this happening with about 50 seconds on the clock, so it's hurrying his move. And that's 40 moves, and now 28 minutes left for Simon Williams, and he's probably going to get that extra time when he runs out of that. Looks like quite a complicated rook endgame, isn't it? So the point is that if you play h5,
Yes.
yeah, if you play h5,
King f7.
king f7, and then rook g6, rook e6. Is now black threatening king f7 and then rook g8?
Well, I think he's going to go rook e6 to f6, isn't he?
So h5, king f7,
Yep.
and then rook g6, rook e6.
Okay. Now, I want to sack a pawn to get my king in here, don't I? That's how we do this. So, first move is king d3.
Rook e6.
e6 now.
Oh, sorry, rook g8. Can't I go rook g8?
Rook g8.
Rook e6 as well.
Rook g8. Rook g8. Can I get my king to f5?
So king d3.
No, I can't. Well, I'd be amazed if that was a drawing move, but it looks like it might be. We'll see. a5, b5, rook e8, h5, king f7. Is that the position?
Yeah, rook e8 is played. And now Sam Williams is thinking.
Right. What if I try and get my king in? Let me sack a pawn here with c5. Okay. What do you do now? Yeah, but what with? D pawn. Okay. We don't. Okay. Now I think I have to go h5. Does that help?
King f7.
King f7. No, I try and get the king in. I mean, this doesn't look very convincing.
Rook e6.
Black should be able to get his rook to d4 as well. Just to get active. All the same.
White plays still just get c7 rook e8, rook g6. H6 and rook h7.
How are you going to do it?
Yeah. Rook plus c5, like on your c5.
Yeah.
E8, right?
Rook d3.
Rook d8. King moves.
I was going to just go king f7.
Okay, rook e6. It was my key.
Yeah, and rook e6.
If the rook d8 is better, or rook e6.
Yeah, I think so. And now, of course, black's better because you've gambited the pawn.
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously, White's got to get his king into the fray somehow.
Did you prepare your idea?
How?
Well,
King moves first.
yeah, or the rook coming to the D file.
Black's idea is then, therefore, king f7 and rook e6. That is Black's plan, right? So I've got to do something about that.
Right, king c3.
All right.
So H5 now.
So,
H5, all right, rook e6.
C5.
Why are you doing that? Look, g8 to 7.
I want to win this. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win this.
But the rook never gets
C5.
that's in it.
King.
King c4.
Oh, yeah.
Then you got rook d6.
As I say, I'm trying to win. I think I have one. I think I managed to win this one. Now, if I get the rook to f6, why shouldn't I win?
Right, in this position, you know, go back and move to when it's one thing. Right, rook d3.
Are we going back even
Rook
further?
D3, no, here, rook d3.
Rook d3, all right.
Heading c5.
Right, he's going c5, all right. That's very sensible.
Well, we say rook g8.
Okay, then c5.
Well, why do I need to start being... You've messed up your pieces a bit, haven't you? So what if I just go rook g8?
Okay, c5.
Yeah, take it.
King.
King c4. Yeah, this could generate some chances, couldn't it?
And then maybe rook d2 and you go.
Because Black can't do very much because of the ever-present threat of b6. Well, okay, so we can see what he's thinking about. White is trying to, you know, find a way to win this, and it looks like the best chance is to play c5 at the right moment because there isn't anything else, is there? Because Black can defend against h5 just with simple king f7. Yeah. So that could be quite interesting. On the other hand, it might just be a draw, which would not suit either of them once again, would it? These draws killing their prize money. So, Howell versus Hebden. Has White finally won that pawn? Or is he, as I thought he might, drag it out?
No more moves playing.
He's dragging it out. Yeah, because this is torture for Hebden, isn't it? When you've got a position which you know is better, but perhaps not winning, you know, drag it out. Make the guy sit there for as long as possible. Because the chances of mistake increase as his frustration increases as sitting at the board, having to play this blasted position. And your winning chances increase, so even though you might not make a single move, simply because of frustration.
It looks like, you know, I mean, like he's going to win, but he's just mapping out a strategy after winning the e4 pawn, isn't it?
Right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a small break until 1:30, and if there's anything more to speak about, we'll come back at 1:30 and we'll go on with the games. And if there's nothing to say then, we'll just round everything up. So we'll see you in 20 minutes, and could I please ask everybody not to go in the hall and crowd round the boards, because the players don't like that too much. But aside from that, we'll see you at 1:30, and we'll say what needs to be said. See you then.
How do you do that?
Oh, I've got a question winning entry
Take
because
a
I'm
break.
going again first.
That goes to the article.
No, much more fun.
Charles.
What's about it?
Right, have you got one?
Oh, yes. I get one.
Oh,
Before I read it, before you
No, no, we played
I guess it pretty.
By the way, we're still online, so.
Well, Apple's was
Live
a
on
sweater
YouTube.
slap and literally, yes, yeah. So,
Which is a good development.
So,
YouTube channel. Yeah, let's go to over to Right, could I ask you to vacate the room just because of the security?
Yeah, I mean, so of course we lock the store because then people want to get into the close open doors.
Yeah, but that's being monitored. Okay, so we're going to resume the commentary now, for as long as we can keep it entertaining. We come back to the top board game. Well, it's board 2 in effect, but one which now is going to decide the fate of the British Championship. Will it be shared, or will Jonathan Hawkins win the tournament on his own? One of these players has to win in order for the title to be shared. And at the moment, it certainly looks like David Howe is on top. The main reason being, if you've just come in and watching live, is that basically Black has pawn weaknesses all over his position. And he can't really stop White from winning a pawn. So it's just a question of how David Howe wants to do it. It's almost a miracle that Mark Hebden has managed to keep the position equal for so long. Now, Howe thought for a very long time here before playing the obvious move. So, you know, what is he thinking about, apart from the fact that he wants to keep Hebden at the board?
Yeah.
He wants to keep him sitting there on his chair in a very uncomfortable situation. After about 35 minutes, Howe played bishop takes e4, which he could have played in 5 seconds. There were some trades played by Hebden absolutely immediately, which tends to suggest he's getting extremely upset about the way this game's going. And now Hebden flashed out a4. And this was a position we saw on the board, what, must be nearly an hour ago. And not much has changed, except that, finally, White has won his pawn. And while White doesn't have a passed pawn, then I can believe Black could entertain some hopes of drawing it. Ravi was suggesting rook c4.
Yeah.
And I was thinking maybe king f1, just to get the king to the middle.
Yeah.
Either way, it's going to be uncomfortable for Mark Hebden. Now, were there any questions?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you were talking about the prize money earlier on.
Yeah.
Isn't there also a chunk of money for the English Championship as well?
I don't know, is there?
Well, there has been last couple of years, it's £1,500.
Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
So what happens if an Englishman wins first prize?
People saying, right, okay, I'll take the first prize. I'm not playing on for a win.
Doesn't Hawkins win the English Championship? Or will he share it with Howe? Is it?
Share it with Howe,
so you not only win the money for the British Championship, you win the English Championship as well. Oh, right. I didn't know.
I think that's another chunk of £1,500, I think, if it's the same as previous years.
Yeah, well, I don't think Mark's going to get his hands on any of that in this game, unfortunately, because how do you defend this?
And there are a few more moves there. We play
Right.
king f1.
Yeah, okay, safety first.
Yeah, king f7.
Yeah,
King e2.
yeah.
a3.
All right, so here we are. This is the big moment.
A3.
Where Hebden's tiring of defence, and now he gives White the pass pawn. So White's got to take that, yes.
And then bishop into c3.
Yeah.
King
Well,
d3.
bring the king up. Why not?
Bishop f6.
Yeah.
a4.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be like bishop sitting on e3, rook sitting on some c4, king coming in. It's going to be quite difficult for black to organize a defense.
Well, both sides now have a passed pawn, but I suppose the only issue is that the queening square is the wrong colour for the bishop.
Yeah.
But
no, but
this is just lost. This endgame is just lost.
This is like a fortress. White has set up a fortress. Rook on e4, cutting out that king. He can put the bishop on e3, which again takes away a couple more squares. And then this king can pull back to c2, go to b3, and keep on advancing. And it's going to be hard for black to make any progress there. You know, he's just played a4 now, and I can see that bishop e3 unit, everything is protected.
Well, I first of all want to play bishop d2, and then go a5, and then bring my king in. It all works in stages. Bishop d2, a5, king comes to b5, a6, bishop goes to e3, a7, king goes to c6, king goes to b7.
Yeah.
Now, what are you doing to stop that? Nothing whatsoever.
No, nothing whatsoever. I mean, bishop d2 is a much better move, isn't it? I mean,
and it's precisely as you say, because the black king is cut off.
Yeah.
He can't participate in the action. White can always reinforce the rook by f3. Now, can Hebden get his rook in behind the passed pawn? Because that, you know, somehow he's got to get this rook out of that disgusting spot and get it down here somehow. Can he get it down there? Somehow.
so if you
Right. So look, rook b8. Come on. I'm not going to die passively.
okay, rook b8 is king c4.
You're going to play king c4. Right. We'll get down the back as quickly as possible.
Rook to b1, bishop to e3, unit protected.
Okay.
I'm just setting up a fortress where, you know,
You protected your unit effectively. Well, I don't know. I can't even begin to suggest how black should defend this endgame. He's just lost. And the main problem is his king's cut off. If his king was over here, it'd be much more difficult. But with his king cut off.
but you know, when
Okay, g5, last chance.
okay, when you play rook b8, I also have another move which nags black completely, which is king c2, saying there's no entry for you. I'm going to play bishop d2. I'm going to play a5.
You just want to do it the slow way. Make sure I never ever forget this game. Yep, well, there's always, you see, this is not only a story of one game, it could be a story of many games. If Hal just drags this out and wins in the end after about 8 hours, Hebden's never going to forget it, you know. And this can have an impact in the future. So I'm sure Hal's got all this in mind when he's sitting there, you know, like the Sphinx for 35 minutes before playing bishop takes e4. Why do you need to sit there for so long?
Can we jump?
So really, honestly, to be absolutely frank, I don't see black holding this position. And the winning technique is dead easy. Bishop d2, a5, king comes up to b5, and so on. a6, king comes into b7, and that's the end. All right, so let's see if it goes like that. Williams versus Harrier. Well, you could rely on Simon Williams to try and find some winning resource, try and sharpen it up. So he has actually gone c5 at some point, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So how did it go? 41. Move 41 white.
So he played c5 there directly.
Or move 41.
Yeah.
Woo. Okay. Well, we got this. We got this here. Yep.
Yeah, and then
Harrier took it.
took d into c5.
Yep.
Rook d3.
Rook where? Rook d3.
d3.
Yep.
And then king. Rook d3. Sorry, rook e7, guarding that 7th rank.
Yep.
And in comes the king to c3. And I think the point he's making is that, you know, the rook can shift to the g line and here, whereas the king is going to be on c4 as well. So rook e8 played, and so black is marking time and waiting for
White.
what can he do. And then now Simon Williams has just played king c4.
Yep. Oops.
Yeah. Is he winning if he gets rook d7 check, rook d7, king d5? He's not winning that, is he? No, he can't. He can't afford to do that.
Is he one tempo short? I'm sure he can arrange a position where he goes rook d7, rook e7. He's angling for a winning king and pawn ending, isn't he? So what do you do here? You mark in time, right?
Yeah,
Rook e7? Is that what you're doing?
I mean, like, yeah, I know the king is going to appear on d5. I've got to prepare myself for that, isn't it?
Well, okay, what are you doing first of all? You've got to make a move.
What's the problem if I just sit quietly, rook e7?
Yeah, a4.
And then rook e8.
Okay, now then. We get into a position where I've got to start counting. So rook d7.
Rook e7.
Take it off.
King
in comes the king. The trouble is, bang, this is a supported passed pawn. So I can't do too much. I was thinking king f6, h5. But then...
Okay, c4.
Yeah, that's the issue. I could lose. I am losing, aren't I?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 7 each. Queening. If black wants a draw, he can play c4, king c4, king e6, isn't it?
Well, the only other move is when you go rook e7, can I play rook d8 and try and zug you?
So I think that's why I should keep the king on f7 and just mark time rook e7, rook e8. Even play h5.
Well, okay, I can go rook d8 in this position. Am I going to go a4 first or not? a4.
No. I'm not going to play king f6. That's the point I'm making here. Is I'm not going to play king f6 here. The king in the actual game is on f7.
Right. Well, how did this happen then?
Rook g3 was played. b5.
Yeah.
Rook e8. Rook f3. King e7.
Sorry, rook f3 move 41.
Yeah, king e7.
Okay. Well,
sorry, we missed that move. Sorry.
Yeah, it was quite an important move.
And then rook g3.
Yeah. King f7.
King back to f6.
Okay. This is the game, is it?
Yeah.
We're waiting for c5.
Rook g3, rook a8 was played.
Yeah.
h4, a5.
Sorry, you said king f6.
Okay.
Move 43, white.
Yeah. Rook g3, king f7 was played.
Right, okay. Okay. Move 43, white.
Yeah. Move 43 for white or c5.
Okay.
Takes on c5. Rook to d3. Rook to e7. King to c3. Rook to e8. King to c4. Rook to e6. And he's just waiting there for you to show progress. If you can't show any progress, possibly, there's also this added thing of rook d6 and rook d4 check as well.
I don't see how white wins this if black just goes up and down. How does he win this? Rook e6 to e7 to e8 at the right moment. The king and pawn endings you can never win because black's got a supported passed pawn. The only thing is, can black play for a win? Probably not. Because of rook d7, yes?
Yeah. We had one more move in the game in board 2 against up, and Hebden played c5. And
well, I mean, that's going to either make things far, far more difficult for him, or it's going to be...
The main thing he's hoping is that there's no king c4, the rook is keeping...
Well, I'll go bishop d2 then, come on.
Bishop d2, I think he's going to put the bishop on b4. That's the main motivation. And if you play bishop...
a5?
Yeah, bishop e3 is the main move I'm thinking, that now it's attacking that. And now he could possibly... Yeah, bishop e3 played by Howard immediately. And now...
C5 has been played on.
Sorry, c5.
Yeah. And then bishop e3 has been played.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is that, now the pawn on c5 also looks very, very
Shaky is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, and he's gone back bishop e7 now. Now I think it's going to be rook c4. No, not to free the king. So it's got to be king now going to reach to b3. That's possibly the trick.
Well, now that you can't put your bishop on d4, why don't you just go bishop d2 again? And go a5. That's the winning way, surely.
But I'm trying to put my king on b3, and then.
Oh, because I want to put my king on c4. What's he going to do? Okay, rook c4. Let's have a look at that. Doesn't allow the black king into the game, maybe?
No, rook c4 is a mistake.
Is it? I think it's bad because of king e6.
Yeah, king e6. Yeah, I don't.
Why do you want to allow the king back?
No, I think thinking at that position there, I can see that the king has to get to b3. Right now, the one piece whites is not doing anything is the king on b3. So the motivation is to put the king on b3, and then then that frees my rook to a certain extent, and then I could go for bishop d2 and a5.
So what do you want to play here?
King c3.
Okay, check.
King b3.
Check again with the rook on b8.
King c4. That's exactly what I wanted.
I see.
I mean, you have that c4 afterwards, but I don't think you're going to make any progress after that, isn't it?
Well, I mean, we're really clutching at straws here, trying to defend black's position. Because I happen to think that bishop d2 is also a very clear way. I mean, what does he do against this plan?
Yeah, the problem with bishop d2 and a5 is that when he attacks with bishop d8, if you have to allow the king back into the game, that's not good.
No, but
all right, bishop d2. I'm going to play bishop f6 back again.
Okay, a5.
a5.
Sorry,
now.
the bishop's already on f6.
No,
c5, bishop d2. Oh, c5, bishop e3. Let's get this right.
Bishop e7.
Yeah.
Played in the game.
Not that it makes any difference.
Bishop e7 and
Bishop
now
d2.
bishop d2. Bishop f6.
All right, a5.
Bishop d4.
No, d8.
Well, which
Bishop
one?
d8, rook a4.
Bishop d4, king c4 is quite good.
Okay, so bishop d8 back, attacking that.
All right, hang on. So, are you threatening to take that?
Yeah.
You probably.
Yeah, but.
All right, rook a4.
Rook a4, king e6, frees my king into the
Yeah.
game. King d6.
Yeah, he's got some drawing chances here.
And I don't
Once
think,
the black king comes back into the game, there are some chances.
Yeah. So I think that's why I think the plan, of putting the king b3 was one of the things. But Howell has gone in a different direction. He just played g4, gaining a little bit more space, making sure those pawns are kind of fixed before he does anything.
Is he going to go f4, f5?
Yes, another possible is f4, f5. It's basically don't allow the king to get back into play.
And f4, f5 makes it more difficult still for the black king to get into the game.
Yeah. I think if you put a pawn on f5, and status quo, he's played bishop d6 now.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got any other move there. F4.
f4. Well, can Hebden play g6 perhaps?
Is he playing for rook b8 and some counterplay along b3? If you weaken yourself.
Well, as you said, when he goes rook b8, he can go king c4, can't he?
Yeah.
Rook b4 check, king d5. Isn't that what white wants?
How does that black king get into play? That's the main thing in this one, isn't it? How does that black king get into play?
Okay, g6 then. Show me the win.
Yeah, I don't think f4 should be played. No, it's got to be some kind of a shift, isn't it? Rook to c4. Rook c4 threatens to go into some endgame, but can't allow king c. Maybe black has chances here. You know, I mean, it looks bad, but
No, there's no chance.
no, not a chance to win, but a chance to draw.
No, don't think so.
So I mean, you know, white has to find the next plan to progress, isn't it? And you can only progress if you have the king on b3. Because now black has the added option to put rook b8 and
After white has played f4, can't you go back to the previous plan with bishop d2? Fitting through?
Well, f4, d, g6, bishop d2, you can do that.
h5 then?
h5, okay, well, is that helping you or hindering you? Okay, it's not totally straightforward. White's trying to create a weakness on the king side, isn't it? If he gets a pass pawn on the king side, that'll make it easy for him to shepherd his other pawn home. That's the idea. So, just got to improve my position a little bit.
can I just check the time that, you know, that,
Well, Hal's getting very short of time, isn't he?
yeah, he's got 9 minutes 52 seconds, 51 seconds left. He's not going to get any extra minutes now, and Hepton has an hour and 22. So is this time is going to make a problem for him because he's now in a position where there is no more progress, and unless you can get something going on there, you know, there is no progress there. No, you know, you can't allow the king to come back into the game, and black also can play h5 occasionally, and then at the right time, you know, one pawn up, you've got to pass one, but how do you prove yourself in this position? It's quite hard, isn't it? Even if the king gets to b3, right? Even if the king gets to b3, what are you going to do with the rook? Probably nothing. So, and with time pressure, that is going to be a crucial factor. 8 minutes and 53 seconds. 8 minutes left, roughly 8.
But it's not too difficult to play from white, is it?
No, but you
could do nothing
more
if you-
time, but you're going to be pressured. You see, there's no that big chunk of time that he got after playing move 40, where he thought about everything. I think the position has kind of reached a position, you know, a pace where white has to show progress. So, okay, look at that position. Rook on e4, you can't move it. Bishop on e3, you can move to d2, but ideally the bishop on e3 supports the pawn on f2 as well. The main thing that g4 has achieved for white is that making sure that king is not going to be, you know, not going to participate as long as the rook is on e4. So even if I assume that you take the king to b3, okay, if you play king c3 now, and then black passes, I don't know, bishop e7 or something like that, and then you get the king to b3, you're not threatening anything then.
All right, bishop d2. Let's try again. You must pass, yes?
No.
You have to pass. Now then.
Oh, he's played down bishop d2.
Yep.
He's going for the a5.
Well, black's got to pass.
Okay. So, and also the black rook should not leave the a8 because that will allow king c4.
If I play a5, this bishop d8 move is a little bit pesky, isn't it?
Is this so bad to let black king back into the game?
Well, I think he may have to. He may have to.
On the king side as well as the queen side.
Yeah, let's push this pawn. Come on, let's not be.
Bishop d8,
Yeah, rook a4,
king e6,
king c4,
king d6.
f4.
You don't want to play king b5.
What's that?
King b5 is rook b8 check. So king c6.
C6. Okay. Well, now it's time to push this guy.
So king b6. What's happening?
Where?
King b6.
King b6. Okay. Well, check.
Okay.
Good night, Charlie. Yeah, well, maybe you could do better than this, but yeah, maybe you have to let the king and just try and go after these pawns on the king side, which are not exactly favourably placed, are they?
Yeah. And now what's happened is
I mean, there must be some way for White to win this. It shouldn't be that difficult. Honestly, it's only difficult because we have to commentate spontaneously on it. But I'm sure if you're thinking there carefully at the board, you can do it. You should do it. But he may have to let his king back into the game.
So here Hebden has played bishop c7.
Yep.
Dropping back, not allowing that. Now time is about 7 minutes 31 seconds. And Hebden has an hour and 20 minutes on his clock. It'll be a quick play. You know, I think he's kind of stabilized this position. You can't play a5, and you have to let. So if you play rook c4, he's gone back to bishop e3. He's repeating moves to get a little bit of extra.
He's going to go bishop d6, isn't he? Then we're going to come back to that position. Any more moves in Williams versus Harrier?
Okay.
It looks as though this was going to be a draw when we last saw it.
So we are in move number
47 coming up with White.
rook e8. I don't see any more moves.
No, White's 47th move.
h5. And black went
Passes.
rook e8. Looks like a draw now.
How does he stop the black rook from just going up and down? I mean, if you start wandering over to the king side now, do we go rook d8?
Now rook e6. Just don't allow his entry.
All right, check.
Check. I think king e6 is playable. And then if you go rook g3, king f7 back. The rook d6 is rook d6.
Yep. Black can keep White out. Okay, so they're playing on, but it does still look like a draw because White's got to prove something. How can he do anything here if the black rook just goes up and down? Again, frustrating for both of them because a draw is not what you want. Certainly not financially what you want in this position.
No, draw.
In that position,
Draw is.
Can it go? Okay, look.
I'm doing nothing with black.
Okay, look this happen.
Yeah, okay.
No, the unplayed teams might look from that bit.
Sorry?
Just how to get the unplayed teams might look before.
Possibly. I mean, who else is even close? Yeah, possibly.
No, D8.
Rook d8, okay. Oh, I see, you're going to take it and go king d5. Alright, so, alright, pass this way.
Okay, now bring the king in. Does that work?
Now bring the king in, alright. Well, you certainly improved your position.
Oh, good. Absolutely.
I hope you enjoy it. Now you can move the rook, of course. I mean, black's rook is becoming a little bit more constricted here, isn't it? He got his king in, Ravi. How did he do that? Did he trick me? Eh? D7, the man says.
So what was the sequence?
Are you sure about that?
No.
I wouldn't be too sure about that.
And then king c6.
Yes, please play king c6.
Yeah, okay.
I'd be delighted if you played that. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for the game. It's been nice. It was a long game. You played really well, but unfortunately, fatigue set in at the end.
You go back, Mark. Let's have anything. You go back to something.
Go back a couple of those. All right then.
So I guess.
No, okay.
How did he get his king in? It was like magic. What did he do?
What did happen?
Rook d7 he played. Okay. Did you? You did. Rook d7 check. And what did I do? Some lousy move like rook e7.
Yeah, now I go to the 8.
Rook e8. All right, now hang on.
I come back to e8.
Yeah, but then he got his king in.
Then I play the king.
He's bringing the king in, mate. Bringing the king in.
No, not yet. Oh.
Not yet?
Yeah, not yet.
You mean there'll be another opportunity?
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. What's this king and pawn ending can't be winning for you, can it? Here?
Take it.
All right. Why draw? Hello.
There's still nothing in there.
There's nothing minus, isn't it? Well, okay. Well, I mean, what's going on here? You're losing, aren't
King 5.
King where?
That's right.
Let's go to San Francisco.
King back.
I mean, he's got to come back. Damn! He can count. Okay, white's not better, is he? No way.
Yeah.
Another miracle has occurred. Black's actually getting a superior king position. I can't believe it. Right, okay, so there's a bit of play left. But Simon will do something like that, you know. He doesn't hang back if he see a way to get his...
You're going to play for the loss?
Yeah, he could easily start playing for the loss, you know. It's you know, because he doesn't like the idea of a draw. So any more moves?
In the second board.
47 rook e8 in Williams versus Harrier.
No.
So move 48 is the one we're thinking about, is it?
Move 48, rook d2.
I said, okay, I can't see what to do. I think I better
And then
pass.
rook e6.
Yes, I don't have anything to do at all. And now we can get the variation just mentioned if he goes check, right? And then rook d8, is that right?
Sorry, but yeah, no, I can't take it.
No, if you go check, can't I play a rook f6?
Where?
If you win check, rook d7 check, rook e7.
Yeah.
And then rook d8.
Yeah, well, okay, so black plays rook e8, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not at all clear to me that...
we have couple more moves in the...
How Hebden?
Yeah.
All right.
So we left at g4, 50 g4, then bishop d6.
Yep, got it.
Then bishop d2.
Yes.
Bishop c7.
Yes.
Bishop e3 attacking the pawn again. Bishop d6.
Wait a minute, just a second, yes.
And then h4, bishop f8.
h4, bishop f8. I'm not sure I like the idea of allowing white to play h5.
Yeah, but you can't stop it anyway, you know.
Well, he could have gone g6, couldn't he?
Well, okay, the thing he's thinking...
he had to defend h6, that is it, so he goes h5 now.
h5 then g6?
Yeah, but then you've got more weaknesses than before.
Okay.
I take it down because I've got a pass pawn, right? Is that right? Is that right?
At g6, king g6, and then...
He's going to go h5. Or can he go h5?
He's played h5 now.
Yes.
And I don't think Hebden can sit quietly.
This is the principle of two weaknesses, isn't it? White can't win this game with his a pawn alone, so he creates another weakness on the other flank.
Yeah. But what is the progress if white plays bishop e7 and bishop f8? What is your progress?
Well, the progress is we go for that position before where we let the black king in. Bishop d2, a5, and then rook a4. He comes in with his king, we bring our king in. I mean, say he goes g6, I take it and go, now what do I want to play here? He's going to go h5, so what? Bishop d2.
It's not terrible,
It isn't. Probably not. They're never trivial, but still, it looks very, very promising. h5. Should I have gone f4 on the last move?
I don't think g6 is the right move. He's got to hang on there, isn't he?
Well, doesn't the defender try and exchange pawns?
Yeah, but that's not in this movement. That freeze gives you additional option, doesn't it? And even if I play G6, you ignore. So he's played Bishop D6 there.
Just passing.
Yeah, just passing. Show me the win. You know, you have to come in and show me the win. Isn't
Well, all right, Bishop D2. I shall certainly try my very best.
Yeah, Bishop D2, Bishop C7. Once again.
He's just passing. F4.
Well, he can. I don't know. Play.
You can't pass indefinitely.
No, Bishop D8.
D8.
And then you've got G5 coming in, isn't it? That's the main problem. G5 now. But
I was thinking of going F5. Okay, a bit of play left. A bit of play. So Hebden went Bishop D6.
yeah, and then Howell went Bishop D2 and quick Bishop C7.
Yep.
And I think now he's planning to play F4. Still keeping the king out of play.
It was A5 there.
Well, he takes it.
Well, then they will play four.
Then check, rook D8 check. You just lost.
Okay.
I mean, if you, this is what?
Well, as I see it, he's got to go G6 in this position.
7 piece endgame.
I didn't actually like him not playing G6 when he did, because when he plays G6 here, it's totally different. I go takes, F5. I think I've really improved my position, because you can't play H5. Well, that's precisely the point. So, and if he can't play G6, then I think his position's getting much worse, isn't it?
Yeah. So Bishop E3 was played in the game instead of F4.
Yeah, because White's not in a hurry, is he?
Yeah, Bishop E3, Bishop D6.
Yeah.
Gain a little bit more time.
So maybe F4 now, yeah?
Yeah, F4 needs to come in.
I mean, if you think this is hard for White, imagine now it's like for Black, It must be absolute torture. Once I go F5, then I'm thinking about Rook C4. Bring the king in. White king can come in via E4 and D5. No, I like this move F4, if only to play F5 and then take away the E6 square from the black king.
So you can always break with G5 and get that structure.
Well, was that true? I mean, back here, where was it? H4, H5. Why didn't he go G6? I think was this not the position? H4, Bishop F8, H5, Bishop D6.
This famous Dynamo table basis, or the 7-piece endgame.
Yeah.
Will that, if we had that table base, would that predict with the win or draw?
I don't have it.
It looks like it's going to be a long haul, isn't it? It's not going to finish in the recent thing. And back in the
Williams Harrier.
yeah, there's a couple more moves.
All right.
We played Rook D2, Rook E6.
Rook D2, Rook E6, yeah.
Rook D1, Rook E8.
Yeah, it's just the torture continues, yes.
Yeah. Rook F1 check, King E6.
Yeah, it doesn't make any appreciable difference, does it?
Rook G1 now, and Ravi Arya is thinking.
Well, the first thing I can see is Rook D8.
So if you play King F7,
No, I'm going to play Rook D8, I think.
hang on a minute. You're going to play for Rook D8 and go for the win.
Yeah, give it a go.
Rook G6 check.
No, look, he hasn't killed.
The crowd like Rook G7, actually. Well, I'll tell you what, Harrier won't do this. He'll go King F7, right?
King F7, then King D5. See, that's the problem you have. Now you let the king in, and now you can't move the rook. He's putting you in some kind of a position where you have no moves, you see? That's
Ravikumar.
yeah. So rook g1 played in the game, and I think that black has to find something. You know, I don't like putting the king on e6. So, but for rook f1 check, if you went king g7, it was just simple king b5 anyway.
So what should I play?
Rook f8.
Rook f8, yes.
So rook f8, rook
Rook g6 or rook g7, doesn't make a
rook,
difference.
yeah, g7, then rook f7, rook g8. The problem continues there.
Can I play rook f6?
Pardon?
Can I play rook f6? What does he do? Rook g8 here?
Rook g8.
Well, okay. Let's hold the fort. Rook. And then you're going check and rook c8. Yeah, there are some problems. I mean, he doesn't really want to allow his king into d5, does he? It's not trivial at all. So rook g1 is the position, right?
Yeah.
And black's got a sort of slightly difficult defensive task here. Because the white rook is about to get active. Not easy to see how it's going to be stopped either.
Okay.
All right.
So if you went back to, there are a few more moves now.
All right. They're rattling out moves, yes.
Much more progress up there.
All right.
When we are in move number?
Well, h5, bishop d6, move 54.
h5, bishop d6, bishop d2, bishop c7.
Yeah.
Bishop e3, bishop d6 to gain some time.
Yes.
And now f4.
Yes.
King f6.
Right, Hempton's defending this passively, but it doesn't look too good now.
And then bishop d2, bishop c7.
Right.
I think g5 check is not possible. He's ensured that you know, and if you went something like rook c4, he's going to play bishop d6. And white has now bishop c3 check, sending the king back to f7.
Yeah, I like that move.
Bishop c3 check, sending the king back to f7. And then now g5. There is going to be some kind of a problem there for the king after bishop c3 and g5.
Certainly looks like the right way to play it.
Because I'm now threatening g6.
Well, black's got to chop it off, right? There's no chance.
And now you see I've created another threat with g6. Then king has to go back.
g6, h6. You can't stop that pawn. And that is the right colour, rook's pawn. So white stretched play out to both flanks, and now this is where black's defensive task is starting to become impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like the right way to do it. So bishop c3 check. Can he do anything about that? He's got to go to f7, push on, and as far as I see, he's got to take.
There's no rook d8 check or anything.
Well, you can be totally squeezed if I get g6 in, can't I? And f5 and f6.
Is it now at g5, fg5?
You've got to take the pawns off. Yeah. Well, what's your next move?
And then g6 now?
Well, a6.
That has.
You can't stop it.
So I think that, you know, that is possibly happen, and, you know, live action is going to happen, and, you know.
That's it. All right. Okay. I think we will call it a day there, because it might be more entertaining to go and actually watch this, mightn't it? Unfold.
Bishop c3 check played in the game.
Yeah. King f7.
g5.
g5. No big surprises. Well, okay, now I have the pleasant task of judging the best game prize, so that will go on through the afternoon. Thank you to everybody watching online. I hope you enjoyed our frivolous competitions. Thank you to everybody here in Aberystwyth. I hope you enjoyed the tournament. I mean, I think it's one of the most friendly Britishes I can remember. And we'll see you next year in Warwick. So until then, enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and thank you very much. Hello, Kevin. Nice to see you.
And goodbye. Hello and goodbye, because I'm leaving today.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, to get to Tromsø.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. You're just visiting for a few days, are you?
No, I was here for, what, 10 days?
Really? I've only seen you for about twice, I think.
Yeah, I've rarely been in here.
Yeah.
I've been doing some coaching.
Oh, okay.
Now, because I arranged this after I've already got arrangements for Tromsø, I have to go to Birmingham and stay overnight in Birmingham tonight, and then fly to Toulouse tomorrow, stay overnight in Toulouse, and fly from Toulouse back to Oslo, Tromsø.
You're constantly on the move, aren't you? Don't you get time?
Yeah. I'm not constantly on the move, but from time to time I am. And yes, I get very tired. Years ago, I used to be on the go for minimum 3 months a year, up to 6 months a year. 6 months.
Because Chess's schools must take you around.
A bit, yep. And it's certainly takes a huge amount of time. I mean, I get paid for about 6 hours a week.
Right. Well, I bet you do much more.
I shudder to think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's a worthy project.
I'd have to do something. Yeah. I think so. I don't know whether you've seen this as well.
He's on sort of half an hour on service.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen about your videos.
Well, that's beautiful, isn't it? It's really nice. Did you author this?
The new one is much nicer.
This looks nice anyway.
Just got the final page proofs. Yeah, the page proofs. I suppose, from
I mean, the trouble is making progress with any FIDE stuff in England is so tough. Because the climate is dead against it.
Well,
the ECF at least trying now to become a FIDE academy. Yeah, finally the pennies drop.
I hope so. I hope so.
But this looks nice. Do we know what's going to happen with the election?
I think so.
You think Kirsten's going to win?
Yeah, I'm nearly sure.
Right.
I can never be sure until the result's the result. But I would be very surprised if it wasn't at least 90, 70 or something.
Oh right, so quite a substantial win.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it probably should be 160.
Right.
But
right.
It's open until the last minute first. It'll be a big success for Gary if he
This looks really, really nice.
Yeah. And
did you design that at all?
No, I did all the text and selected a fair number of the photos, but
I mean, once we've got a FIDE
design.
academy in England, we can actually start making some progress, you know, coming back into the fold and actually doing something concrete. Because we haven't had any FIDE seminars or anything. No FIDE trainers.
No,
nobody wants to do
you're
it.
the only one, aren't you?
Well, I think there's some other guy. Is it Peter Wilson from Guernsey, FIDE trainer, you know, some kind.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. But that's it.
Right.
There's so much aggro, you know.
We've got 3.
Ireland. Yeah, well, there you go. Crushing into England into the dust. But that will improve. Especially, I'm thinking of standing for junior director. So that will make another difference. I can then lead in a certain way.
Right.
Towards some reconciliation. Aligning ourselves with something good.
Because there's a lot available and a lot going on.
Yeah.
So both chess schools and trainers and artists and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it's happening. And it's so silly for a few countries to effectively